to the demonstration.
Of demonstrators continue to converge at the PBL Kwame Nkrumah, but what a lot of people know as Obra Sport, the heritage starting point of protests in the country, really. In the last few minutes, it's been increasingly charged atmosphere with the Choboys coming through thick and fast as the leadership of the NDC from across the length and breadth of the country. We've interacted with individuals who've come from the western region, from different parts, who are already here. And you're hearing the Choboys again. There are groups in Jama sessions, there are groups in traditional dance settings as well, all here in their numbers, and the vehicles mounted with heavy speakers as well, here in their numbers, as the protest nears its start here at the Obra Sport here at the Kwame Nkrumah Circle. It continues to be a charged atmosphere where the placards are up now. 77 billion printed for government. Nasikanu Wahim has a picture of Dr. Ernest Addison and the likes, and different individuals with different placards. But we're going to be speaking as well with members of parliament. Failed strategies is one of such placards, which has a picture of the Vice President, Dr. Muhammadu Bawumia. And like I've been telling you, it continues to be a really, really charged atmosphere here at the Kwame Nkrumah Circle. We are hungry, says one of the placards. Piccadilly thieves, corruption, corruption, corruption. When the fundamentals are weak, the exchange rate will expose you. Just a glimpse, really, of what the placards are. Piccadilly thieves again, drop the BoG new head office, failed strategies amongst other things. Those are the placards in your sight here at the Independence, the Kwame Nkrumah Circle, I should say. And the Independence Square is where the demonstration is going to be terminating at. But the Member of Parliament for Klote Kole is here as well, the Honourable Zanecha Rawlings. She's here, has joined her colleague MPs, and Addison Must Go is just another of the placards. Return the stolen money. Sawa Boni must not be the only beneficiary. Just a handful of the placards that are here at the Kwame Nkrumah Circle. I will interact with them, but let's speak with the Member of Parliament for Klote Kole as well, the Honourable Zanecha Rawlings, and big thoughts from her briefly as well. Honourable, many thanks. You're live on TV3. First off, perhaps you want to tell Ghanaians or remind Ghanaians again why it is important that the minority are the ones leading the protests this time round.
The minority in Parliament represents half of the population of Ghana. But here, we are speaking not just for the half of the population, we're speaking for the entire population. For those who do not have a platform on which to express their complete disappointment and dissatisfaction with the status quo. We are seeing levels of corruption that are mind-boggling. But what is sad is the lack of political will to do what it takes to set us back on the right path. And as a responsible minority, we are not waiting to come to power before we do what we have to do. We are taking advantage of what is available to us by the Constitution to let this government know that we are not happy and we're not going to sit down in silence. We know the pain that people are feeling on the ground. Businesses are closing down and moving to other countries. People's businesses are just getting completely destroyed. People who are in government agencies, who are doing their right work, who are trying to make sure that the public purse is being protected, are rather being persecuted and being vilified. These are not the things that reflect a good democracy. What we are doing here is to protect our young democracy. We are only 30 years old since the Fourth Republic. And we have a vested interest in protecting the Fourth Republic because this Fourth Republic was born under the NDC. So if there is a government now that does not care about the future of this country but only of themselves, we are here to let them know that we will not sit here and allow them to use technicalities within the so-called rule of law to undermine the very pillars of good governance that got them here in the first place. It is sad to see that the state is actually using the law to undermine the rights of its citizens.
which is the roots to which you had agreed upon in wanting to express the anger towards the Bank of Ghana and the lawsuits registered?
Well, I think it's ironic that when President Akufo-Addo was in opposition and trying to come to power, he and his people found it fit to disregard the Flagstaff House as a security zone when they went on the Occupy Flagstaff House. But today, as we are proceeding on a very peaceful demonstration, we're being told that the Bank of Ghana is a security zone. All well and good, but it won't stop us from speaking out about what we are not happy with what's happening in this country. It's a disgrace. And this country, having been the blueprint for which a lot of countries in Africa actually made the constitutions, actually have the democracies that they are now enjoying. To see that we have rolled so far back under one government is actually heartbreaking.
They make the argument, and they make it quite strongly, that yes, there's been difficulties, yes, there's been challenges, but things are beginning to turn. The finance minister, I'll say a month ago, in an open letter, 6-page, when the call for the BoG governor to resign was upset that he has been through thick and thin with the BoG governor. In fact, the BoG governor has made a lot of sacrifices to ensure that the country is where it is today and that we haven't crumbled any further. If anything at all, we should allow him the time and the opportunity to steer the affairs of the country out of the current difficulties we find ourselves in. That's the argument of the current finance minister.
The same finance minister who refused to resign and who, at a whole censure motion and the whole procedure that happened after that, used technicalities to remain in place, is the one who's telling us that someone else should not be asked to resign. You know something? We're all here in Ghana. If people are pretending like they don't know that this country is on its knees, all well and good, but you cannot deceive the man on the street, the woman who's sitting in the market with her table of provisions sitting in mud because money that was supposed to be used for re-engineering of drainage in Greater Accra was realigned to COVID. The COVID expenditure, which we are still trying to figure out the details of, $200 million given to Ghana for the re-engineering of our drainage system, wasn't done. This year we are seeing levels of flooding we haven't seen before. Those people who are being affected because someone sitting somewhere else saw fit to redirect funds that were actually supposed to alleviate the suffering of our most vulnerable. And we're supposed to sit down and accept it and wait for them? Of course people like that can say we should wait because they are not feeling the pain. They are not feeling the terrible economic impact of what they have done to the people of this country.
Is it a sense you get that there's a level of detachment from the government and the realities being faced by the ordinary Ghanaian? Because you mentioned flooding, and Klotekole is your constituency. Anytime it rains, the Odo drain is, the last time it rained about 2 weeks ago, it overflew its banks amongst other things and people were affected. The sense is that there's a level of detachment from reality of the ordinary Ghanaian?
Well, it must be more than detachment. Frankly, I'll bring it down to absolute cruelty, because when you can see the reality of what is happening, and you can actually tell people that things are getting better, then I don't know which universe that you are living in. Luckily, we are here on this bridge. If you just look over the water, you will see that the Odo Channel is silted up so high that the capacity that it should have has been reduced by more than half, with so much water coming down from the mountains and the rest of Accra. When dredging is not being done, proper desilting is not being done, there's lack of proper waste management, there's lack of coordination between the assemblies, and you are telling us that everything is getting better? I don't think so.
Oh, I thank you very much for speaking to us. That's the Honourable Zanetta Rowland. She is the Member of Parliament for Klotekole as well, speaking to us as the protest continues to pick up a bit more heat, pick up a bit more momentum here at the Kwame Nkrumah Circle. I often get confused and continue to mention the Independence Square because that's where the protest is going to be terminating at, but there are different individuals from across the length and breadth of the country. Perhaps I want to speak to this young man as well and find out from him why he is here. Boss, talk to us. Where have you come from? Why are you here on this particular protest? What is it that is worrying you that you've left your home to be here?
I'm from Akemoda, Atimswedro constituency, far from here, that I came here. Because what is going on in the country, you all are not happy about it. How can Bank of Ghana, boss, man, can't hear me to me, can you hear me? Make a tree no more come here because baby, I'm a free banner, Kwanwa, Namin come again. Near course, you are mine, and I have bonus so. Youth never, I didn't never practice good them. Near Fengu Bank, near Fem, youth never see any in Juma. On mine, me a bread. TV3, Yaminsra Mosamoa, and I will support you much as I'm going on mine. Youth near Bro, Nanado, ye bread, one cassa. On my Penuku foba out. Ever Kansai, and my youth near Kumato AM. A brother sounds so bad because I near Kumato AM. I didn't know Bank of Ghana better stand up parliament because of money more here. Which is a corruption, a cosono. I know what thing. Oba said to me, yes, good them, sanitation minister, yes, good them. Scale good them to me provided. Scale good them and to me provided. That means Emma Ghana, Etsy, Emma Accra higher needs. See, I used to near yes, every across here, Yanko Kumasi and near Bakra. I'm up pocket at Dawson, our crown Kumasi. Ona mana wo he oboto because so so bi be out. Ye ni aye mienu pe Accra ne Kumasi ade na twa se ba ne sa. Sisi ya to aba 2001 to 2005 Atimswedro constituency and this senior minister Osafo Manfo bai onye hwe wo manim sisi ya uwie school fi Atimswedro ade so oba Accra omanpani nana omanpani jomama oye interchange we odune ye ya da bonte ho se yenyi baby da nti o ye ho flat senke betimi ada o ekufo ado wodem bone oba na ade bo oba betintimu yenya baby na omanim ya bro sisi yenya so obeba bonte no oba be ka bibi a kire moto stand na mo de agugu mo dem ana ye bre mo ye mpanifo amabo mo bre wi ahwe mo mawie yen youth na ye ba na mo be mo omanim aye mre na yenya ye fa ahode mo ma omanim nya mre na yenya ye fa ahode ana ma pakistan na gudem egubagin pank ye de be ba ye besia na yenya bi ahwe ye ma this year to Benku 5 city ewa Accra. You see incompetent Mahama every so near to Benku 1 city 50 pesos ewa Accra. By Nanado, who by now you say who incompetent no. Umom yet to Benku 5 city ewa Accra. You see Okula Mami no Accra na won't say till. Nanado ye so about na beba obabema yenchiremu. Hwe ne ekoso woni je na fa 214. Youth na wo Ghana na ye ne apre ya soldier rough. Ya boko jan ne ya bo. Kojan yaboko ya insu awo Ghana nyina etwa ye ho asia nyina sesere po a densu biremu omu nyina ni abere sawa mambu ye mpanifo amabom na sese mo Pakistan na gu amamo nananom na yan ko amamo da bia yen ko sala nto oba amamo da bia hu hia se ye be yesa mo nananom na mo Pakistan na gu amamo no mo nyina hu se biribi beba ombetuma baba ya yarefo abodanfo any drug dealers na ye bia mo susu side ni da so bia ni ye mu no mo first can go back ni afa mo be sia ni nya bi ni di no na ye bia ye ba be ye su ne ye nya dina so a ye ba be di o man anim mo ma di o man anim mo papa no ma bobla access good foundation amamo ama sisi amu na mu di ye so ye papa no ma mo bra o ye papa no ma mo bra o na na do so wundi governor ye to governor ye sanji additional gari sani e be ye be da ye ho che say ye bre wo man mu from 2001 ya dante musa ye nya hwe na na do ye bibi TV3 ye da mo say someone doing Ghana on my back.
Right. So that's a very emotional and really livid individual expressing frustration, difficulties, and the like. Cites examples of how now a ball of Banku, which they used to buy back in 2016 at 1 city, is going for 5 cities, and how they are struggling as young people to be able to fend for themselves, and even if they have kids, it becomes an extra toll in being able to provide for themselves and for their kids. These are some of the sentiments which has filled the grounds here that we are at the Nkrumah Circle. A lot more individuals perhaps that will pick thoughts from. You say Addison must go.
Addison must go. Masaya bro. Grammy Fisi region as a man Caseton and a Maba Bedrua. I want to part and change the Kuya. Obadiah said now Menoka, Coconte 1 bag, 10 million, 1,000 cities. Banchia Dio Fufona and Yeno, and the Caco Contino, and 1 bag, 1,000. A bro 1 bag, 950. Onyanko Pondi, Nana Neba, Miama, and so more so. Nani Pabia ended 3 times a day, and now Menoka say, to me 3 times a day, only at 25% ahokyere ɔman Ghana yɛntumi hu sɛ yɛde ama Bawumia ne Kane Ofori-Atta wɔ campaign yɛnim Bawumia ne Kane Ofori-Atta Akwasi Amoako-Atta Dukes Ofori-Atta Henry Atta Tata-Attafoɔ no nko a na ɛdi sika no ɛna ahokyere yɛbrɛ enti yɛasɛm no sɛ sika twitwi de sɛ yɛatumi ayela wɔ Bank of Ghana ɛhu yɛ sɛ ɔmbɛtena wo bio nti end product no Addison must go.
So he also says that, I mean, quite simply, they continue to experience a lot of difficulties. They continue to experience difficulties and being able to get 3 square meals a day. Hence, they are insisting that the end product of all of this is that the Bank of Ghana Governor, Dr. Ernest Addison, must go. But we're still at the Obra spot. It was scheduled that by 8 a.m. they'll begin to move, but from all intents and purposes, there is no indication in any way or form that this protest or these set of individuals who are massed up in their numbers are going to be leaving anytime soon. The chairman of the NDC as well, Johnson Asiedu-Nketia, he's here up on the podium where there's been addresses happening for some time now. The chair of the NDC as well, Johnson Asiedu-Nketia, he's up there, if you can see in your shots, up there as well as Mensa Thompson with Asepa is now addressing quite a number of the crowd, but it's such a large crowd, really. I must say that they are scattered all across this place, and so there are lots of individuals who are scattered all across, and there is the increasing difficulty to have all of them assemble at one place. But we're just going to try and get access to them and get some few words as well as to exactly what it is that is happening. But that's the situation now, and the indication is that Bernard Mona any moment from now will be addressing as well the demonstrators. Bernard Mona will be speaking shortly as well to provide a bit more as to exactly what it is that's happening. And in your shot now, I'm sure you can see Bernard Mona as well addressing the crowd.
Joe Boy, Joe Boy. We are occupying Bank of Ghana. We are occupying where? We are occupying Bank of Ghana. Let no one tell us that we are going to the Black Star Square. We are not seeking independence. We have obtained independence already. But there are thieves, some of whom are the Bank of Ghana, and we want to get those thieves out of office. That is why we are occupying Bank of Ghana. We have conformed with every law to occupy Bank of Ghana. Anybody who does not respect law should go and prevent us from going to the Bank of Ghana. But we will occupy Bank of Ghana today and now. Whilst they are stealing our money, whilst they are abusing us, we are told and we hear that the Minister of Finance, in collusion with the Bank of Ghana, they are opening banks in the Gambia and in Liberia. They are creating unemployment and loss of incomes in Ghana whilst they are enriching themselves in other countries. We will not accept this today and will not accept it forever. They are stripping our nation naked. Everything is not working. People who are sick of liver diseases are dying in the hospitals. Yet the thieves in government can steal so much money that some of them, their housemates can steal in excess of $1.5 million in their bedrooms. This is the governance Akufo-Addo has left for us. Whilst they are sending the police to come and brutalize us, they are selling police barracks. If you go to the 37 DVLA police barracks, they have sold it. The police officers are not happy. Mr. IGP, will you listen to the cries of the other ranks of the Ghana Police Service and stop institutionalizing them to come and brutalize people who are fighting for them? Listen to the cries of the people of Ghana. Today's demonstration is to restore dignity at the Bank of Ghana, restore dignity and sanity at the economic management of our nation, and to set the pace to put out President Akufo-Addo and his MPP out of office. If you support that President Akufo-Addo and MPP should leave office, then today is the beginning of the struggle. Together, we shall lead the liberation of our nation. I thank you all. God bless our homeland Ghana, and bless each and every one of you.
So that's Bernard Mona, who is one of the conveners of Arise Ghana, addressing just a handful really of what is a mammoth crowd. And what we are getting is that from here they might be moving. The chair of the NDC is not wanting to speak, at least from the indication I'm getting from the interaction, as they are beginning in final interactions now as to whether or not the procession towards the BoG, which is the name of this protest, hashtag Occupy BoG, will kickstart. The chants are continuing, the chants are coming in thick and fast, and that is the situation now, where the individuals are continuing. One more individual, I understand, will be providing what we understand is the parliamentary candidate of Ablekuma South will be addressing, and then the chair of the NDC perhaps will address the team in crowd. Let's take a listen to him as well as to exactly what it is he has to say.
Bank of Ghana, you get the Papa John Daman Mahan, over 200 million Ghana cedis. Sesiano, what this is now over 6.7 billion. And in that, they said, almost doing Yasika, no move, and now opioid dialysis machine, so Palabu, dialysis center, Yakumu, Eti, almost hell, man, Yabra, Namisha.
And so the parliamentary candidate for Ablekuma South now, and we understand that there will be another individual who will speak. The national youth organizer of the NDC, Pablo, will also address the team in crowd.
Arise! 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 Joy! 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 And yes, I represent the youth of the NDC, and I represent the youth of Ghana. Today, we are here in our numbers to voice out to the corruption and the bad governance that we are experiencing. We are urging every young Ghanaian who has love for Ghana join us in the streets. We are marching to the Bank of Ghana to demand accountability from this inept and corrupt Addison and Akufo-Addo administration. Fellow Ghanaians, where we find ourselves today, where we stand today, history beckons that we must rise up as young people and save our country. We don't expect anybody to come from anywhere. We expect the young people of this country to be out there and stand up to the tyranny of Akufo-Addo. I believe that today's processes is the beginning of the big change that we are anticipating for it to happen. I say change is coming. Change is coming. Change is coming. Change is coming. And that change begins today with you. Let us be bold. Let us march. And let us serve a word of caution to the Ghana Police Service. We shall not be intimidated. We are marching to the Bank of Ghana. That is where we will present our position. And let no policeman stand in our way because we are fighting for Ghana. Change is coming. Change is coming. Change is coming. And that change begins today. Thank you and God bless us all.
Thank you. The national organizer, the youth organizer, I should say, of the NDC, of the national youth organizer of the NDC as well, Pablo, speaking there, providing a bit more with what it is that is the position of the party in relation to today's protest as well. The expectation is that the minority leader will address this gathering as well before the procession will begin, and then we'll hear from the national chair of the NDC. The national chair of the NDC as well will address the crowd, but the expectation now is that the minority leader, Dr. Kesel Atuforsen, they are making gestures towards him to have him come round and also pass a few words as well, so that after his words, we can hear from the national chair of the NDC, Johnson Asiedu Nketia, as well, in relation, and then perhaps the procession can begin here from the Obra spot, which has been the convergence point over the last few. But we understand Fix the Country as well is here, and they are going to be making a few comments as well.
Sicilia Dape, Usubeya Ghana, Ghana, Malaysia. Sicilia Dape, Usubeya Ghana, Ghana, Malaysia. Joe boy, Joe boy, Joe boy. I can see all my brothers and sisters on Thursday, Fix the Country demonstration. I'm here to make a special appeal. Mr. NDC, what's your name? National Chairman. We are making a passionate appeal. On Thursday, we went out to demonstrate our civic rights. The police arrested innocent Ghanaians. Arrested them, before they beat them like a common criminals. Meanwhile, the criminals we have in this Ghana are occupying the Kilobi Master House. Mr. Chairman, you have to call for a bipartisan probe inquiry in the Parliament House. Why they have to arrest innocent citizens that went out there to demonstrate? You really have to call for a bipartisan probe. Guys with beer, we're beating them inside cell. Some of them were wearing earrings. In Ghana police, they beat them up. So today, we are here to support you guys. We are really here to support you guys. I'm using this opportunity to call upon the Catholic bishops in Ghana here, especially the Holy Father Pope Francis. Currently, the Catholic bishops are having conference in Rome. For Francis to call all the Catholic bishops in Ghana, that they must go on the streets of Ghana to demonstrate
1 minute
against bad governance of this corrupt regime. The entire Catholic bishop, together with the entire priest, the leader of the protest to be Archbishop Makoto, the two leaders at the back to be Bishop Ajinasari and John Louis. Not saying the Jama to be my own parish priest. Emmanuel Sadi put together with assistants. Ebenezer Hansen, Father Frederick Ajima must come back from abroad to take part in the demonstration for a better nation. BoG! The Freedom Country movements are here to support you guys. And we also use this opportunity to launch the latest youth career movement. Thank you. Thank you.
I think if you stand here, look at go back. Leave that in space. Go back. No, come go back.
So we have now gotten the arrival of the leaders of the demonstration. So it's time to listen to them. Mr. What place are you there? Can you go on and listen? The trick that fits. The rich people. So now all of us, the National Communication Officer, Sami to introduce the leader of Parliament and the leader of the elite.
So boy, if you are here and you are tired of the city, let me see your hand up. Let me see your hand. Go this way. Oh, let me see your hand. Wave at me. Wave at me. So boy. Today is action day. You think today is what? Today is what? We will give Miss Governor Addison a show. Yenina yen fansen bo. Yen peda yen say. Yenye dede. Na yen fansia. The minority leader. The member of parliament. For Jumako Enyambetien. Honorable Dr. Atofose. Ghana for yeah, 137. We are not here alone. We are here with Arise Ghana, PNC, GCPP, PPP, APC, COPEC Ghana, Concerned Drivers Association,
Kaya Association, Asepa, Ghetto Boys, Agbabroshi, Ashama, Ododio, Nima, and the whole Ghana. Yasamayaka is simple. Enough is enough. Minyanom, Abaya Bako. But this government is the worst form of government we have ever seen. This is the worst form of government we have ever seen. We have never seen anything like this before. Minyanom, it is sad. It is indeed sad. Ekwana abani Ghana for Abano. Yasam le kaseni yabaka wa Bank of Ghana. But I want to tell you today, we are marching with the approved route. Yaboka U-turn on John Evans Akamil's High Street. In front of Kwame Nkrumah Museum. And we will cry for Kwame Nkrumah's body to understand it. The guy that knows that and when we get there, demonstration itself will end there. But the leaders of the demonstration, led by my good self and the NDC minority leadership, will have to be given the opportunity to walk into the central bank to present our petition to the government. But let me tell you, until we see Governor Addison, the printer, we will not go to the demonstration today. We will not go to the demonstration today until we see Governor Addison. So to the police service, we want you to be aware to prepare the governor, the printer, and his two deputy printers to be ready and to receive our petition. But when we get there, we will read the petition to their hearing and demand their immediate resignation. We have also today, through Honorable Ayariga, petitioned the special prosecutor. Ladies and gentlemen, let me conclude by saying that my speech will be delivered at the entrance of the Bank of Ghana. But in the meantime, let me thank you profusely for the gesture and the turnout, the patriotism that you have shown so far. In fact, today, I am counting almost 50,000 protesters. And clap for yourself, for standing up for the Republic of Ghana. Stand up for Ghana. May the Lord Almighty bless all of you for such a gesture. God bless our own Ghana. Thank you very much. Thank you. Let me go this way. So, boy, are you ready for the only mosquito in Ghana politics? You are not ready. If you are ready, wave at me. Let's everybody see your hand. So, boy, with a round of applause, let us welcome to the microphone the national chairman of the biggest opposition party in Ghana, the National Democratic Congress, the Honorable Johnson Asielu.
Yejra hai. Yani abre. Ghana empanimfo omo abesom oman ekro. Akuku da miensa ana enura ya nyame afra omo. Enti matra se yenyina nyedi sima baako ni emfankai ya papa Enoch Mensa alias E.T. Mensa ya emfankai ya maame pani Teresa Kofuo na ya emfankai Dr. Sidney Lai ayanura ya shada se ene ya betun tasukoko achire Bank of Ghana ena enura nyame afre akuku da miensen se ya hunkuru kwan so anka na ya nyahwe bayaba yenim se wo mo dikan na revolution for yasam ne se wo ekwan no na Abubakar obi no oto a ye nyina nkoya ye ya nantifa ne so ekoko di nkuni ansa na ya san ye chi aba kan awufo no sadia wa mu koyi ejira ye se ye adasama ye dan ya ye beko mu amujira hai obia bewu meboa but ayese adia ubejira so awu no ehu baba mfaso ama enchirima yana nanuma wa mu abakro saje ajatenom papra atipo private or datelam tenom se wa mu suro wuo ena wa mu ani governor amfansiania anka ena Ghana nke wankwa so mu a wa mu fra ye Gold Coast wa mu di omumoja eko edeje Ghana enunti na ne mene uti ho enunti na ne ye wo president a ye fra no Akufo-Addo sa assembly si ya do sa president na Akufo-Addo papa no enam sa jina wo mu jina enti ana ya fra wo mu big church a ena wo mo se wo mo ma e wo right se wo mu be di o man sa wo mu ya hufo ana wo mu ja se governor bekuye aka ya wo kwa asuma se enunti yedi edom asrafo any police fo amaka yenim se dia ya no moni je ho na bibi ntimi kasa monta dia no emu ayesese monya ya ankamu na mu be demonstration ya sramo samonya na ye adi amagana fo a yenya matamfo we are comrades in arms asamo ye katia ne se kabima bi kabi amamu ajira se udi adwuma manipa se onye mfa nso momai na se onye nu ye a wo ho kwan se mo pa mu ta ni pa na mutu nu sabanti na mu manipa foforo e ba be se nan enu ana efra nu kabima mi kabi amamu enti wo mo aninam se Bank of Ghana eye security zone eye dia bai enuti sa kromfo wo ho a ntimi nkopam wo mo a mama omonti asiese se yedani Bank of Ghana edi ya biaya akromfo akogbo kankwa wo mu di oman na wu a ye declare a crime scene. In other words, if you allow a security zone to be a haven for criminals, we have the right to declare that security zone a crime scene, and we will go there and charge the criminals. Yankota Yankoko, Yadikrata, Eko Manipa, Yadia Juma Manu Saonya, Oseno, Nayana Yahotre, Yadikrata Eko Sanika, Sayanticho, Yanjay, Niasi, Nipa, Osaya, so Yadikrata Keke, Eko Saninsa, now say Hoya security zone, and the Obeti now the age of Ghana prison, no, Yanim Nipa Dodua. Ghana prison nunyira etimifa mochichi na wamwa kanu eguso na wamu ya na mochichi wamwa prison nunyira yama wamwa kanu mode wamba kwani enunti yeko ya tramo ya mfanta kwama but kabima mi kabi amamuo nensisha so ana yedie enti se Ghana protifo Ghana sojaфо Samuje kabima mikazi ya mamu otumwa. Asasa moba ya hokai na mumba ya dekrata akoshe pania ya bolo panu onya imamu na ya pamuno ya kokane no krentano ya pamuno ya dekrata komanu ya wie obia nya wie ya bako na mom samu boya abra yesu se nipa no se so oya ne mabone ye die siketi alika o se wi abigu ne ase ye kopam no na mo se mo mpene de a ania bibia sia ya de be shamo police for ne ba mbofo na mo na mapapa ba e fi se ye gira obia kutatuo obia kutagai obia nyawe ba ya si ya no de ya de beka enunti ye free ano ya ye ready manutia obia nane na onfa nani enchire Bank of Ghana na ya baba sami jamfi achire mo kwanya ya be faso ni akwa koduru ho enunti Governor Anderson ya kamu ati asia se kusie wa hawa yansane bo ko boku sie no wo bongu no si wo piaba oba baje ni wa sa unsane bongu no ka se tintin o meje krata adwuma no so ogusu a hoye yenso yeto e na edi tua ne kadea e na ye ne no beda Bank of Ghana honne ya da mo nyira aso
That's the chair of the NDC, Johnson Asiedu Nketia, and just slightly, the heavens are making way briefly for slight showers. The National Communications Officer of the NDC is providing guidance for the protesters as to exactly where it is they are going to be going, and you can hear him say they are going to be taking the Adabraka stretch and be taking a turn around the NDC head office area. And as they continue to offer guidance to these protesters as to the path to which they are going to be taken, it gives the clearest of indication just as yet that the protest is going to be beginning in real earnest any moment from now. And that really is the case, where the leadership of the protesters have almost given the all clear for this particular protest to begin in earnest. And we're bringing you live scenes still from the Obra spot here in Accra, where the protesters are on their own, even beginning to move, headed towards the Adabraka area, the high street headed towards Accra. That largely has been the area to which they are going to be going through all throughout today. The National Communications Officer is still bellowing out instructions as to the path to which these protesters are going to be taken, and that pretty much is indicative of what is supposed to be the start of this Occupy BoG protest. That is the latest since all of this began here at the Obra spot here at Accra. It's been a long few hours since it started, but so far so good. So far so good in terms of the atmosphere and the cordiality between the police and the protesters. It continues to be an atmosphere that's been serenaded really by these demonstrators all throughout, and for now the indication is that they are going to be moving and headed towards the Adabraka traffic light area. The all clear has not come through just as yet, but for some of these protesters who know where the initial routes are, they are beginning to move towards the Adabraka area, and it's a lot of individuals who are scattered all across really, and making it increasingly difficult to even tell where the start of this protest is. But there's the aged, there's the young, and all sorts of individuals from different walks of life who have come through today to be a part of the Occupy BoG protest, a protest that has been postponed 2 times already following disagreement with the police over routes that they are supposed to be using. On Friday they were in court again, as you've been hearing all throughout, as to whether or not they will make their way through to the Kwame Nkrumah Mausoleum area, which is some few hundreds of meters away from the central bank, which continues to be a convergence point of interest, because the police has insisted and made the argument that that area is a security zone. But just in your shot as well, the traffic situation as a result of the protests by the NDC minority and the NDC as in general, the PNC, COPEC, ASEPA, a host of other civil society organizations. This is the street which has been blocked with vehicles and the likes, all stuck in traffic, waiting for the procession to move along the Adabraka streets, and then they can have the streets to themselves for vehicular traffic to continue again. But the indication now more than ever is that they've gotten the all clear, and any moment from now they'll begin to move up ahead towards the Adabraka area, where the protests will begin and begin in earnest. A lot of individuals have spoken. Yes, it may be about occupying the Bank of Ghana and the over 60 billion cedis in losses as recorded in the Bank of Ghana's 2022 financial statement. But for different individuals, it has to do with corruption as well. It has to do with the unavailability of jobs. It has to do with what they say is the current difficulties being witnessed within the Ghanaian economy. And so, yes, it may be about occupying the Bank of Ghana head office and the 60 billion cedis losses as posted, but there are different strands to the conversation. They've had representation from Fix the Country, who just 2 weeks ago, really, or barely 2 weeks ago, staged the Occupy Julobi protest as well. They said that, yes, they decided to do that. They were picked up on the first day, detained for long hours by the police, were not allowed to get access to the Jubilee House, but it has kick-started a movement which has been sustained all on social media, where they've, amongst many things, started a hashtag of Know Your Failed Leaders and the likes. They are going to be sustaining the momentum, reason why they are deciding to be a part of this protest, because if you look closely, the issues are intertwined, and so there is the need for them to be equally represented as well at this particular place. But it's the Occupy BoG protest which has kick-started. NDC Rasta Caucus Rasta Action and Development, as you're seeing in your shots there. That's the situation here, as all walks of life, different individuals, different groupings continue to be a part. Some are screaming at me that I should tell leadership that they are hungry, but it's different conversations. The KIAs as well are beginning to stroll past us, headed towards the Adabraka area. They are strolling past us. Some of them spoke to us a lot earlier, but the indication is that the protest is starting in earnest now, as the KIA stroll past us in your short with placards. Somebody holding 3 placards, interestingly, as they stroll past us in brisk walking, really, as the protest begins in earnest. And so it has begun. And this one is saying Jean Mensa is a Kufuor's puppet. Another of just the placards in your shot as well. But the protest is beginning now, where a host of dignitaries, particularly from the NDC minority side, have become present here. And perhaps we just speak to a few of the individuals as well. The old I mentioned are here as well. Mummy, talk to us. Why aren't you catering for your business, for instance, or resting at home, and you're deciding to be on the streets today?
The problem is that how things have been going on in the country is not good. That the president is not serious. He has been sleeping for a long time, and this time he have to wake up, because when you look throughout the country, you can see that we have a lot of poverty inside the country. A lot of people doesn't work. Some of them have been sacked from their working places. And some people are really poor. For example, how they call men's gold. How can you go and work from outside country and bring the money to Ghana to make a business? They have sold the money. And they have been sharing the money for each other. And when the people go there to go and ask their money, the police and the dogs and things have been chasing them. And we can't sit down and see through how the things have been going. How about the future children who are going to, they will curse us, because we have to make everything good before they will grow and meet us we are now. So that's why we are joining it. Every year when there's something like that, demonstration, we used to come and we defend the country. Because if the country is good, nobody will make demonstration. That's why I'm here, dear.
So you're here to defend the country essentially, yes, and the fact that things are not going well.
Yes, that's why we are here.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So I mentioned that it's not just the young, but the old as well. The old as well are here, all in numbers as well. Not just one old person really, but quite a number of the individuals I've spotted as well, a bit old as well. Perhaps we'll speak to a bit more of these individuals. Maybe I'll just speak to this young man as well. Talk to us. I see you're holding the camera.
Yeah, actually I'm a cameraman, and I don't personally like what is going on in the country. You know, people are suffering. When you look at the issue, it is not something to write home about. And we are very angry this morning, and we are demonstrating against the government on issues that are very, very important. And we feel these issues will help the country progress.
Which one of these issues is of germane concern to you?
As a concerned citizen, I am very, very placing my bet on the Bank of Ghana issue, Cecilia Dapa's issue. Look at the situation of the youth, and if one person will actually, hold an amount of money in her room, and look at what is going on. Money is missing. How can money get missing? It is not an excuse. And we blacks, we don't have a good reason for our mistakes. We should admit that the government is not doing well. So we, the youth, are fighting against the government because we feel things are not going well. And we must speak. this is the time for us to speak and rise up. Ghana must move forward. This government is not treating us well. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much as well. And so, just in your shorts as well, I mentioned that it appears that the numbers are high, and so it's pockets and pockets of individuals, pockets and pockets of groups as well who are making the procession all throughout. If you look there, the street headed towards Adabraka is almost filled with protesters in their numbers already, as a lot more continue to make their way onto the high street headed towards Adabraka and Accra. They'll make their way perhaps towards the Farisco traffic lights as well. But the young people continue to be a part of the protest as well, and we'll speak to some of them as well. Bossman, talk to us. You should be at work. Is it the case that you don't have a job for yourself? Why are you here today?
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Frederick Kwekwapia. I think what you're saying, yes, indeed, I don't have a job for myself. I lost my job on the 23rd of January when the government decided to halt all road construction projects in Ghana. That was when I lost my job. And since then, I've been home, so I'm jobless.
You've been home jobless. Is that the reason why you're here? The fact that you don't have a job to yourself, or the fact that the construction industry is suffering, hence your unemployment?
Okay, thank you very much. I think that is one of the reasons why. One of the reasons why I am here. But that is not the main reason why I'm here. The main reason why I'm here is the mismanagement we are seeing at the BoG. In the sense that the recent Auditor General's report that came out indicated that over 60 billion Ghana cedi.
That was the Bank of Ghana's own report.
Yes, that's the Bank of Ghana's own report. Thank you very much. That over 60 billion Ghana cedi was lost. And I don't think that should be happening in Ghana. That's unprecedented. That's something that has never happened before. So we, the youth in the country, who don't have jobs to do, can't sit down to see all this mismanagement go on. So we've decided to come to the streets and protest the government to do something about it. It's either the Bank of Ghana governor resign. It's either the Bank of Ghana governor resign for another competent person to take charge, or it's either they will take measures to make sure that such a thing will never happen again at the BoG. And also, we all know that Bank of Ghana happens to be the last lender to government. When we don't have any other place to go for money, that's where we go for money. And they've gone past what they are supposed to be lending to the government. And this has also never happened before. So we are calling on the government to take measures and make sure things work out for the ordinary citizens to enjoy.
Thank you very much. And so that's another young person says that is in the construction industry, and speaking to the concerns that has been expressed quite loudly already by the leadership of the minority and the NDC grouping over here at this Occupy Julobi protest. And I must mention that the protest has begun, the procession has begun already, because quite a number of these individuals are already in their numbers moving on to the high streets that's headed towards Accra from Circle. And so up there, if my cameraman can show you again, the gridlock has moved from a bit, I won't say move, it's still there, but it's gone up there now, where a lot of the vehicles are a bit stuck now, but downstairs and upstairs as well. The repercussions of the ongoing protest means that the roads will be choked, the roads will be clogged with individuals in their numbers seeking to express or vent their spleens against the central bank governor. Hence, all of these roads have been blocked. Individuals have poured onto them in quite some number, and so these streets currently are stagnated with individuals who are not moving to allow the vehicles access as well. And so that's the current situation here at the Kwame Nkrumah Circle, as we continue to await the huge numbers to process and move out of the streets to allow the vehicles access onto the roads to ease the traffic a bit, which has built up at this particular point. I mentioned that the numbers are quite huge, and so increasingly we continue to have different pockets of groupings with their separate JAMA sessions also trying to make their way onto the streets, because quite a number of the individuals have already made their way onto the streets already, but still there are lots more individuals who should be making their way onto the streets. And that is the situation characteristic of this morning's protest. They started converging from 6 a.m. From 6 a.m. all throughout onto this point, they've been converging here at the Kwame Nkrumah Circle, waiting in anticipation of the start of the protest. And that protest now, from all intent and purposes, is beginning here at the Kwame Nkrumah Circle. But interestingly, if you look onto the Accra-Adabraka stretch now, you see that from the Vienna City area, you see mass of individuals, hundreds of them, going into their thousands already, poured onto the streets, going onwards towards the Adabraka traffic light. That's the current scene for you as they continue to go in their numbers towards the Adabraka traffic light in their hundreds. There are lots of young people as well who are here, and I must mention that in different groupings, in different pockets, they continue to make the procession towards the Bank of Ghana, which has been the insistence from a lot of the speakers that they will end up there, despite the press conference by the police, who during that press conference stated quite clearly that if the organizers had any issue whatsoever, they should head to the courts and have those addressed. But it doesn't look like any of that has been done, and so the protest is continuing. As to where it will end up, we're not so quite clear just as yet. But the procession has started, and in your shots as well, the vehicles, mostly characteristic of all of these protests with loud blasting music, is already in your shots as well, as a lot more of these individuals continuing their procession here from the Kwame Nkrumah Circle. And so it's just a little after 11, 25 minutes after 11 here on TV3, on 3FM as well, and the procession has just started. And so you can begin to imagine for yourself how long it is going to take, the traffic situation in the capital today, if even at 11:25 these protesters are yet to fully leave the Kwame Nkrumah Circle to allow for traffic to continue. But that's a picture for you as to exactly what it is here at the Kwame Nkrumah Circle this morning as the protest by the minority begins. They have started marching now towards the Adabraka stretch, headed towards the NDC head office, where, per what I heard from Sami Jemfi, if that is a change of route, they'll be making a turn around that area. But it's the Occupy BoG protest, a protest which has been in the offing for quite a while. Before the month of September even, the NDC had announced their intention, seeking to pour into the street and demand the resignation of Dr. Ernest Anderson and the other deputies of the Bank of Ghana, all in relation to the 60 billion cedis excess losses that was posted by the central bank. That really was the starting point of the anger. And then the construction of the new Bank of Ghana head office. It's a new edifice that has been strongly defended by the Bank of Ghana, one, and then the finance minister as well. There's been a back and forth as to the sum of the construction. The initial contract sum as seen and documents seen indicated that the building was to cost some $80 million. But the Central Tender Review Committee, which of the Public Procurement Authority, provided some variations, which meant that the cost of the project went up to over $120 million US. But there's been further upwards variations as well, with the project now estimated to cost some $222 million US, an area and a subject of contention really for the NDC minority. One of such individuals has been Boku Central MP Mahama Yarega, who just yesterday issued a response to the Bank of Ghana because he had found an RTI request demanding, amongst other things, details from the central bank as to the cost, scope, and other things in relation to the new BoG head office. But that was provided for by the Bank of Ghana, where, amongst many other things, they provided some details which reveal that the building was to cost some $222 million US, and then, amongst other things, it was a number of stories with a number of complexes expected within the new edifice which is being constructed, but failed to provide that it is a concern of national security. Hence, they cannot provide those further details. Responses that the Boku Central MP Mahama Yarega described as unsatisfactory, hence was going to be petitioning the special prosecutor because, according to that, there's been collusion from the central bank governor and the contractors to inflate the cost of the contract for personal gain. That's the argument that's been made by the Boku Central MP. Well, today, that confirmation was provided by the minority leader, Dr. Kesela Tufos, and that indeed the office of the special prosecutor has been petitioned in that regard. And so the expectation going forward is that the machinery of state, the independent machinery of state, which is the office of the special prosecutor, will commence some investigation into this new BoG head office, as has been petitioned by the Boku Central MP. But in your short, Dr. Dominic Ayene, a host of other MPs as well, in your short, because this protest really is spearheaded by the minority in Parliament. A host of them already in your short. They're taking the turns, they're walking briskly as and when they decide to pause or stop briefly and then relax and delay as long as they can to continue to have this protest be felt from across the length and breadth of the capital. So it's the Occupy BoG protest by the NDC minority. In just a short while as well, we'll be seeking to get thoughts as well again from a number of them, of a number of the NDC minority as well. We've spoken to quite a number of them already, but it will be interesting to get further thoughts as well from them. But I was just walking you through really what has been the bane and the crux of the issues which have resulted in this particular protest, as we're seeing this particular protest this morning. And so we've spoken about the new Bank of Ghana head office and what is now the subject of a special prosecutor expected investigation. And then the 60 billion cedis extra losses as suffered by the Bank of Ghana. And the Bank of Ghana sought to explain the reasons why we saw the losses. And so they explained that during the peak of the difficulties, as has been explained by the current administration in relation to COVID, the Bank of Ghana was forced, perhaps forced, it's not the right word, but was needed to come to the aid of the state in providing excess liquidity to the government machinery to keep things running. And so monies were printed or monies were provided to the state in some excess as regarded as loans to the government to aid the government machinery and to help keep the state running. And so amidst all of that, the excess 60 billion cedis printed for the Ghanaian government the economic difficulties, as has been explained by the government, brought upon us by the ravages of COVID, the ramifications of the Russia and Ukraine war, resulted in economic difficulties that resulted in us resorting to a $3 billion extended credit facility from the International Monetary Fund. But as part of the negotiations, our debts were unsustainable, because as at the time negotiations were ongoing with the central bank, the country's debt to GDP was in excess of 100%, which meant that if all of the revenue is generated by the country, it is such that our debts will consume all of those, and there will be nothing left for payment of salaries, the development of the country, and the likes. And hence, it was important that the debt be restructured. But just in your shorts now, not really clear what the misunderstanding is, but it's just a bit more of them, a bit more of the NDC supporters really, who just moved in some really rowdy fashion really, but internal security has been deployed to deal with them. And so, like I was walking you through, the that situation meant that enter into both domestically and externally as part of conditionalities to secure the staff level agreement, first off from the International Monetary Fund, which then would mean that the Ghanaian government will get that $3 billion I beg your pardon, as support from the International Monetary Fund. And so the debts were restructured, and you would have heard that the government entered into debt restructuring, which meant that bonds and other things which had been secured by banks, individuals, and the likes were to receive some level of cuts as a result of the restructuring of the country's debt. And so the government restructured the debt, and amongst many things, the Bank of Ghana, which had printed over 55 billion cedis for the Ghanaian government, also received cuts. In fact, from the explanations that have been provided by the central bank, the Bank of Ghana received the most cuts. The haircut, which was dreaded by a lot of investors, a lot of individuals, the banks and the likes, the central bank is the institution which suffered these cuts, which resulted in the losses that has been seen. There's been losses as well from the explanation from the Bank of Ghana in relation to our cocoa loans, as well in relation to the syndicated loans for our cocoa farmers, as cocoa continues to be one of the top foreign exchange earners for the country. And so that as well, the losses from that particular sector formed a basis for the 60 billion cedis loss as captured in the 2022 report of the central bank. And so that has been the explanation from the central bank in relation to that 60 billion cedi loss as witnessed in their end of year report for the year 2022. But despite all of these responses, the minority in parliament says it is unsatisfactory because, amongst many things, the Bank of Ghana Act stipulates that the Bank of Ghana cannot provide finances to the government in excess of 5% of the previous year's revenue. Hence, when they were making all of these finances available to the government, it was in breach of the Bank of Ghana Act. Hence, Dr. Ernest Anderson must go, his governors must go, and in effect, the government which supervised all of this as well must go. And so that culminated into the protest which has been witnessed here today which is currently ongoing, here at the Obra Sport. And perhaps we'll speak again to some of the elderly as well. Mommy, if you can just speak to us, why you're here today when you could be home resting? Why are you here today?
Akufuado nani onu na baomia yempe omukura omama ya pin yentumi yachi wokrom ye bako school amuko 3 days 4 days pena omuaba adan obekuye oba ye sana ayuasi nuti ansa oba sana yuanu suti ansa oba bekuye Akufuado onu ni kromfo Amunja sikana amusi ayuanu 30 billion obua Akufuado bua.
Right, so I keep mentioning or reiterating the point that it's not just the young who are here, but the elderly as well, and the women as well are here in their numbers as well. We'll speak to a lot more of them and perhaps gauge the mood as to exactly what it is that is their concern. Mommy, why are you here? What is it that is worrying you so much that you've left your home to be here?
Family and friends are the time never na mahama na klodwa na minamia yungogba free school amik takom ne fukpam school fees nyatem ni kamoga kam ne fukpam food stamps akhoshi mitemia plio provisions mitemia plio balo mitemia plio sami kuku na no jokeke no joko na mi ava noni na mi apegnan na mahama.
Right, so she was speaking, Evan was seeking to make the point and make it quite clearly that they are suffering. And since the current administration took over, it's been one difficulty unto the other. This wasn't how it all was when the current administration took over. But there's been increasing difficulty, increasing hardship. Their kids go to school, it doesn't take long for them to return home, food stamps and the likes. They are unable to bear the cost and the likes. And so they are asking that the president leaves and then the NDC flag bearer, John Mahama, takes over to steer the affairs of the country. And so the protest is continuing in earnest. But if you look across, you see the multitude of individuals going up ahead of us, all the way, filling up the streets in their hundreds and their thousands, all over the streets, occupied, as they continue to scream loudly away. Hundreds of these demonstrators continue in earnest, and the march is continuing. Nonetheless, there's a stop again from the leadership front of the MPs as hundreds of the demonstrators continue to make their way. Some of the individuals who are stuck in traffic have their hands to their jaws and watching on. They have little to no option as to what to do with the traffic situation continuing to build up as the protesters in their numbers continue to fill the streets. In different groupings, they continue to chant loudly, Jama songs and the likes, singing loudly, chanting loudly, some taking their phones. But this placard is of interest. It says, Baumia, give the economy a showdown. And the vice president has been speaking in recent times where he said he was going to give the NDC a showdown, but he says that he wants the vice president to give the economy rather a showdown. And so just the complex web of narratives from the different individuals, and really it is a different subject matter for every person. What it is that bothers them the most, they come up here, they speak to, and we'll try and go up ahead as well, and then just have you see in your shot really what the numbers look like. And the minority leadership again, in their numbers again, the different groupings, the minority leader Dr. Kese Latofosin, the chair of the NDC as well, the minority chief whip as well, Kwame Gavin Zagboja, all in different groupings as well. In their numbers, we've seen Francis Xavier Sosu as well in quite ecstatic mood, and so they are in no hurry at all in the procession towards the Bank of Ghana, and we'll be speaking to them, but it continues to be a joyous atmosphere for them. And the order has come again from the leadership, the security detail, who are asking that perhaps they move forward a bit and then they create a bit more space for the leadership, who are taking their strides really slowly and taking it all really slowly, I should say. Brisk walking, in no hurry at all, brief conversations, hands held, chit-chat here and there, some dancing, others doing other things and the likes. And it's a different atmosphere compared to the multitudes of individuals who are up ahead as well. But the procession is continuing nonetheless. And even if you look behind the leadership of the NDC and the minority who are here, you still find lots of individuals behind the leadership of the minority, the NDC, and the likes. And so it just paints for you a picture really of what the numbers are like for today's protest. They said they were looking towards 100,000. The minority leader mentioned that 50,000 individuals would be on the streets today to be a part of this Occupy BoG protest. And so we're going to be going up a bit higher so that we can paint a picture for you as to what really the case is here. But the minority leader in your shot as well, Kwame Gavin Zagboja as well in your shot. Perhaps he will be the next individual I'll pick thoughts from as the NDC chair as well. He has a red cloth in his neck, tied really hard, but we'll be getting thoughts as well from all of these individuals. It's the Occupy Bank of Ghana demonstration, and you're live on TV3, live on 3FM, and a host of other affiliates from across the country as we continue to stream live on Facebook, DSTV channel 279 as well. This is the Occupy BoG protest by the NDC minority in conjunction with different groupings, ASEPA, COPEC, Arise Ghana as well. They are here as well. And in different groupings, they continue in their march. Now they are headed towards the Adabraka Market area, and they'll continue in their procession headed towards the Farisco traffic light as well. And the procession is continuing here as we continue on this Occupy BoG protest by the NDC minority. I keep mentioning the minority because they have instigated all of this really, where they've had support from ASEPA, Fix the Country, COPEC Ghana, the PNC, and the Eagle Party. I think I saw an individual from there as well, are all present in their numbers as well. Perhaps Dr. Kwabena Donko as well has decided to join his colleagues now as well. He has a Ghana flag wrapped around his neck as well. The Deputy Minority Whip, Comfort Doyo Kujo as well, is in your shots as well. And interestingly, they continue to be in absolutely no hurry. The police and internal party security are aiding in the procession to ensure that it is all smooth all throughout today. And of course, some of the other individuals as well are here speaking and making their claims that the light needs to shine over the darkness of corruption and other things. The internal security of the party continues to chauffeur the individuals across the streets with hands held to ensure that everything is peaceful. We're still now trying the Adabraya headed towards the individuals, one of the civil society groups as well, who have decided to partner the NDC minority as well is here as well with the national youth organizer of the NDC as well. Perhaps I'll just pick quick thoughts from you as well. You spoke to the masses a short while ago at Circle as well, and you said that you're not and that you're marching head on towards the Bank of Ghana premises today.
Exactly so. That is where we are heading towards.
And I mean, there's been different explanations. The police yesterday was forced to organize, I won't say forced, but the police yesterday organized a news conference stating that if you want to end up at the Bank of Ghana, you should be in court getting the requisite permit to do that. Once you haven't done that, they don't know anything in relation to occupying the Bank of Ghana.
We don't need a permit. The Constitution is very clear as to routes we intend to demonstrate on. We served the police with a letter, we served them with our routes, we agreed the routes before yesterday. So if the police wants to alter the routes, it is up to them to go to court to get a court order to alter the routes. But it is not the way they wanted it. We are heading towards the Bank of Ghana, so the police should come forward and stop us.
I mean, come forward and stop you in what sense?
No, because we have a legal permit. We have written to the police, we've gone through the processes, they have gone to court, and we've done what we have to do. So you don't come and change the rules or the rules of the game at the 11th hour. That we will not tolerate. It is part of their intimidation tactics, and we are not going to be intimidated by the Ghana Police Service.
Not going to be intimidated, but we've seen a cross-section of internal party security as well, ensuring that everything goes according to plan.
We have always organized our internal party security anytime we are out demonstrating. The NDC, which I lead a youth wing, is a law-abiding political party. So we try and do as much as we can anytime we are demonstrating, not to break the laws of Ghana. That notwithstanding, we won't allow ourselves to be intimidated. We will respect what the laws are, we will stick to the rules of engagement, but we will not allow the police alter the rules of engagement at the 11th hour. That we will not tolerate.
Right then, Pablo, he's the national youth organizer of the NDC. So maybe I'll just pick the thoughts of Mr. Jamadu as one of the civil society groups. You are the EC headquarters seeking to occupy some days ago, perhaps maybe a week ago, in relation to the limited registration exercise, which has ended now though. Your quest to have it expanded was not granted by the Electoral Commission. The calls for an extension as well was not granted. Is that a disappointment on your part?
It's never a disappointment because given the posting of the Electoral Commissioner, she's someone who comes across as, she's actually intransigent, stubborn, obstinate, obdurate. She doesn't listen to, she's not receptive to suggestions. So we have a plan B, and coming days we shall communicate that to the media.
A plan B being what?
Of what we started on the 22nd. We'll roll out our plan B, because the Electoral Commission is so fixated and obsessed with Article 46, which grants the Electoral Commission independence. But that independence is not an independence of the sovereign will of Ghanaians, because the sovereignty of Ghana resides in the people of Ghana. The independence that the Electoral Commission enjoys is not about snubbing or shrugging off suggestions from Ghanaians. It is an independence that the Electoral Commission must listen to the people of Ghana, because the Electoral Commission, if we are not careful, may plunge this country into a catastrophe, and that is what we must avoid. You know, I speak now, there are people who have been disenfranchised by this exercise. the Electoral Commission is bound by Article 45E, which says that the Electoral Commission shall undertake programs for the expansion of the registration of voters. The Electoral Commission has instead decided to do something to the contrary. That is by suppression of the registration, suppression and restriction of the registration of voters. That is what the Electoral Commission has succeeded in doing. The Electoral Commission, as you speak, has disenfranchised a significant number of Ghanaians. That is why I said that we will be rolling out our Plan B, which will be communicated to the media in the coming days.
Right then, many thanks for speaking to us. You're a part of the protest as well.
Exactly. We were the first group, Justice for Ghana was the first group to back the call for the need of the governor of Bank of Ghana to be ousted. Remember, the minority was gracious enough to give the Bank of Ghana governor an ultimatum of 21 days, during which he was asked to resign. He rebuffed that thing. He failed to resign within that ultimatum. So the minority is making good or putting in practice, giving expression to what they said, that should he fail to resign, they will embark on a massive demonstration. Today, we are in a darkness of corruption, we are in darkness of nepotism, we are in darkness of tribalism, we are in darkness of cronyism, we are in darkness of ethnocentrism, we are in darkness of irresponsibility. The whole administration is an administration that is irresponsible. They have plunged us into intolerable hardship, thanks to their greed, thanks to their selfishness, thanks to their incompetence and ineptitude.
Thank you very much. So that's Mr. Jamado with the Justice for Ghana speaking to us and providing a bit more context. He spoke largely on the situation with the voter registration, the limited exercise which has ended as the protest continues. And so this is Arise Ghana. They have their banner, Ghana Creative Industry Matter. And so these are the creative industry rather also becoming a part of this particular protest that is being witnessed today. And the demonstration is continuing in earnest as we continue along the streets. The NDC minority, the leadership of the party, continue in their procession, and perhaps the concern really is whether or not this is only about the central bank governor, as has been widely discussed. I mentioned that as a cross-section of the leadership of the NDC who are here. I will perhaps start with the ranking on the health committee, maybe Medina MP as well, Francis Xavier Sosu. I want to pick his thoughts maybe on a number of the bills that he's been sponsoring. One of such bills is the removal of the 15% VAT on menstrual products for women. He's here. Maybe we'll just get a bit more elucidation from him. Honorable, many thanks. And so you've, I wouldn't say notorious, but you've become notable for filing a lot of private members' bill. We've seen one on the abolishment of accusation of witchcraft. We've seen another on the death penalty. Now you're introducing the tax to have the 15% VAT on menstrual products removed as well. Walk us through it and the motivation to introduce that before Parliament as well.
Well, I think the motivation is a general hardship on all of us, and the fact that the tax handle is very discriminatory against women. I mean, why tax part? Why do you want to make money off the period of women? Why do you want to make blood money, I describe? So I think that it's a bad tax. It brings about inequality, and that is why I believe that that tax handle must be abolished.
And is it receiving support from groupings, your colleagues in Parliament, the Women Caucus even in Parliament as well, because they have come under some scrutiny that perhaps they should have been sponsoring this bill?
Honestly, a lot of people are in support of this bill, And as we speak now, a number of the MPs, you can see my colleague here, he was already talking to you about how a number of MPs are already supporting this bill. I am confident that every MP has a wife, has a daughter, apart from the Women Caucus. So I believe that the price of parts now are so astronomical. At the time that we have this tax handle in 2012, one part was costing about 2 cedi. Today, parts are over 20 cedis, and people cannot buy those parts. And coupled with the economic hardship, so many people are really willing and ready to support the abolition of taxing of periods.
Honorable, another thing I'll pick your thoughts on. It was held widely. I mentioned that law already, the abolition on the accusation of witchcraft. But the concern has come up that it's not been assented to by Parliament. Just last week, another person was shot again in the northern part of the country, and the person died. You sponsored and walked through the entire process. How are you taking it that months on, it has not been assented to by the president?
Well, I think it's quite disappointing, and I am looking forward to, the right thing being done. My understanding is that despite the fact that the bill has passed, Parliament has not yet sent it to the presidency. So I'm really hoping that the bill, having been passed, will move from Parliament to the presidency, so it could be assented to. There is a process known as winnowing. That is, after a bill has been passed, perhaps there may be some clerical errors that Parliament want to correct. That is entirely in the domain of Parliament. I am only hopeful that it will soon be worked on and sent to the presidency for that assent.
Thank you very much. That's the Honorable Francis Xavier Soswis, Madina MP, speaking to us, and he has been providing a bit more explanation. Sought to ask him questions in relation to the tax on menstrual products, and then the law which abolished the accusation on witchcraft as well. He's expressed disappointment in that regard, and so he's expecting that Parliament will do its housekeeping jobs, and then they'll get a bit more details. Kwabena Minta Kando is the ranking on the Health Committee of Parliament as well. He's another individual that I will speak to because of the many things that has been topical in the last few days has been the dialysis costs at the Kolebu Teaching Hospital and the conversations which have surrounded it over the last few days. Mr. Kando, many thanks. You're live on TV3, and so you in the minority have made the point and made it quite strongly that the announced cost of 765 cedis 42 pesos, which was announced by management of Kolebu, was illegal and didn't receive the requisite parliamentary approval.
Exactly so. So, any public health facility in this country cannot sit down in their offices and fix fees and charges. Every fees and charges must be subjected to what we call the Fees and Charges Act. And from where I sit as a ranking member on the Parliamentary Select Committee on Health, Kolebu has not presented any proposal to that effect. And so that amount, 765 Ghana cedis, is illegal. And we have stated that anybody who has paid that amount of money must go back and take his or her money. It is illegal, purely illegal.
Well, yesterday, the kidney or persons who are on dialysis, persons suffering kidney issues, held a news conference where they stated that they are still paying. That's the argument that they make. Is there some action that can be taken from Parliament? You're the representative of the people. If you haven't approved fees and charges and institutions are taking them and you're having people complaining and stating that this is a death warrant for them, is there a course of action that can be taken by you on the Health Committee and Parliament as a whole?
Yes, so when the issue came up, we issued a warning that they should stop, and from all indications, they claim they have stopped. And so after today's demonstration, the next line of action is that we are going to go to Kolebu Teaching Hospital to ascertain whether or not they have stopped, and then to know whether or not they are putting arrangements in place to refund those who pay the money to them.
And that's you, the minority caucus on the Health Committee?
Well, the Health Committee will be going, But I can assure you that we have some number of members from the minority committee representing.
Thank you very much. That's the Honorable Kwabena Mintah Kando as well, providing a bit more context. Says that the Health Committee of Parliament will be going to the Kolebu Teaching Hospital to assess for themselves whether or not there's been a refund of persons who were made to pay the 765 cedis 42 pesos, and whether or not the hospital has instituted the requisite institutions or the requisite systems in place to have a refund in place. The Honorable Comfort Doyo Kujo is a deputy minority whip as well. Let's pick thoughts from her in relation to quite a number of the issues that have been coming up. I think most notable for a lot of women will be the cost on menstrual products. They made the argument that yes, there's been a private member's bill that's been put forward by your colleague Francis Xavier Sosu, but they will expect a lot more of the women to be leading the charge and be holding Parliament to ransom in having also the affirmative action bill passed since you are 40 members in Parliament.
Thank you. I think this affirmative action bill is long overdue. When President Mahama was in power, a year later, as the Minister of Gender, Children and Social Protection, worked on it, and we are at the finishing stages before this government took over. I don't know what is holding the bill, but my biggest worry as a woman is government should stop taxing sanitary pad. The women are worried about this sanitary pad issue, because if they keep taxing the sanitary pad, the rural women or rural girls suffered a lot when it comes to this menstruation issues. So we are sending a signal, a warning to the government that on this day that we are demonstrating, we the women here are saying that they should remove the tax on sanitary pad. I am a rural MP from Adan, and I know what the girls go through when it comes to menstruation. So please, government, listen and stop these tax issues on sanitary pad. We are getting worried. The problems are many. You can see that Ghanaians are angry. Look at this demonstration. Look at how they have come out in their numbers. It tells you how the anger in Ghanaians. Please, we all need a change that will bring peace, a change that will fight corruption, a change that will bring jobs, a change that will bring security. We need a change that will repair our roads, our hospital, water. We need water in our communities, our rural communities. Look at the money spent in Bank of Ghana. The government she should just resign and give way. We want a new government to come and take charge so that they can put this in order. We are fed up, we are tired, and everybody is crying. Before I will get here, people are saying we are coming on our own. We are MPP, but we are joining this demonstration because we are fed up. The fight, the confusion among them is becoming unbecoming. And look at what the stage we have gotten to. How did we get here? We should fight and make sure we kick this government out, because they are already confused. Whether Baumia, whether Ken, whether whoever. What we are saying is they should go. They should leave this government thing and go and allow people who work. We want John Dramani Mahama to come and continue his good work. That's all we are crying for, because we saw what he did and we have seen what you have done, and they have done nothing. They cannot account for anything. This is the time for them to be commissioning projects. But where are the projects to commission? Because there is no project to commission, it has turned to fight, and they are fighting. So they should go.
Right then, that's the Honorable Comfort Doyo Kujo as well, speaking to us. The Pruis MP as well is here, Dr. Kwabena Donko. All the women are here as well. So perhaps I'll just pick quick thoughts on the sanitary tax as well, just briefly, what the concern is.
We think the government is taxing us for being women. Why do you tax a sanitary pad and even label it as a luxury item? This is a necessity. And then we are rural MPs. We have a number of girls who are in our constituency that cannot afford a 3-square meal. Talk of a 20 cedis per month, every month buying sanitary pads. I think the government is not being fair with us. So what we are calling for, all members of parliament that are women, what we are calling for is government should remove the luxury tax from sanitary pads. So it makes it affordable, and then he should make it accessible for the young girls to have access to. That's what we are saying. Already we are struggling with our financial whatever, and the women are supposed to be struggling with period poverty as well. I don't think he's being fair with us. That is why we are on the streets today. The main purpose is not about sanitary pads, but when things go well at Bank of Ghana, I am sure things will get better in the markets as well. So we are adding our voices to stop taxing our sanitary pads. Thank you.
In addition to that, I also want to say that in case the government is not aware, when they get to most of the rural communities, in fact, even the urban most populated areas, the girls are being asked to exchange sex for pads. So if you want to control population and you are not looking at the things that affect your people, but you are just listening to yourself and your stomach, then by the time you realize you are all alone. What we want to tell the government is that the girls are suffering. They should take away the luxury tax because menstruation is not luxurious. So they should take away the luxury tax and let the girls be free. We want to be women. We want to be proud as women. It is the responsibility of the government to make sure that both sexes live up to expectation and live comfortably and perform their roles and responsibilities as citizens comfortably. They should take off the luxury tax.
And so that's the argument made forcefully that the luxury tax on sanitary products be removed. Perhaps you have the final say on this as well.
Yeah, I support what my colleagues have said, but I want to hit hard on the La General Hospital. My name is Rita Nodolesowa, the MP for La, and my people are suffering because they demolished the hospital in 2019, cut sword in 2020, promised to reconstruct it in 2 years. What do we see now? When we are sick, we don't know where to go. There's a polyclinic there which is woefully inadequate. We have a voter population of 126,000. How can we attend the polyclinic? And so we are calling on government. Parliament approved a loan of 68 million. Where is that money? Now they say they are going to do Agenda 111. So they are changing the drawings, the original drawings, to Agenda 111. With that, we have not even seen anything. They brought a bill, something to Parliament for tax exemption on equipment they are going to use for the reconstruction of the hospital. We supported the tax exemption up till now. They have promised us in November they are going to start the reconstruction. The people of Dade Kotopon need their fair share of health facility as part of the people of Ghana. So we are calling on the government, and if they cannot build it, we know that His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, who has done it before, when he comes, he's going to build the hospital for the good people of La. And so to the people of La, we are saying we don't need them in our constituency anymore because they have taken over our lands. Look at the trade fair. Look at a whole thing is happening in Dade Kotopon. And so we are supporting this demonstration because if they said Bank of Ghana has run at a loss, and then the loan that they took for the La General Hospital. So where is the money? They should tell us.
We've heard that the health minister has been to Parliament. Is it the case that he's not been able to offer explanations? Because you asked the question, where is the money? Has he not been able to provide these answers to you as the Member of Parliament for the area as well?
On the floor of Parliament, initially he said they needed to get insurance for the contractor. And then later on, he said they needed exemption. And so he comes with lies all the time. And now they don't even have the money. We don't know where that 68 million euro is. And we don't know where they are going to get the money for the Agenda 111. Because the Agenda 111 that they said they've started in certain areas, we have not seen anything. We have not seen any photos to show that they are doing anything. You remember the Green Book of NDC? They said it was Photoshop. If it were Photoshop, today Ghanaians can attest to the fact that it was not Photoshop. So they should come clean on where the money is. whether it's under people's beds or whether it's in their rooms, they should tell us.
Honorable, many thanks. That's Nana Dole-Sowa, the MP for La. Dr. Kwamina Donkor is a Pro East MP as well. He's a former Power Minister, well vexed in matters of energy. And I know we're talking largely about the Bank of Ghana and the losses posted as well. But from where you sit, maybe I want to ask a question specific to the energy sector.
No, I'm the ranking member of State-owned enterprises.
On state falls directly under you as well. Not just the Bank of Ghana. This weekend there were conversations in relation to BOS, and not just BOS as well, but the continuous losses by state-owned entities over the last few years. For you, as the ranking on this committee, how worrying is it, first of all? And then maybe the revelations that some monies were used to procure phones for board members and senior managers of BOS to monitor and supervise some other things at the facility as well.
Well, I would want to particularly talk about the Bank of Ghana. Remember, we were in this country when the Bank of Ghana withdrew the licenses of a number of banks for poor liquidity positions that they didn't have adequate working capital. Today, as we speak, the Bank of Ghana has negative equity. Negative equity. And what that means in business is that the Bank of Ghana is not a going concern when you use the going concern principle. So when the Bank of Ghana, as the regulator and the central bank, has negative equity, and yet this institution is charged with the monetary policy of the Ghanaian state. When you have a bankrupt institution responsible for your monetary policy, then the economy is in dire straits.
They made the argument that the Bank of Ghana doesn't have to be solvent to carry out its policy functions. It's an institution that's primarily responsible for policies and the likes. They don't need to have a ton of money in their reserve in any way or form to be able to carry out their functions.
That is pathetically false. The Bank of Ghana is not only a regulator of the banking sector, but it is also the bank to the government, and it's also the bank of the last resort to commercial banks. And therefore, if you are not liquid, how do you serve as the bank of the last resort? So that is pathetically untrue. The Bank of Ghana has messed up. The governor and his senior management team should, at the very minimum, resign on principle for having let the good people of Ghana down. We have inflation at close to 40%. The Bank of Ghana is responsible for monetary policy. We have interest rates in the 30s. The Bank of Ghana is responsible for interest rates. If this is not abysmal failure, I don't know what abysmal failure is.
On the subject of resignation, it's not a thing that is characteristic of Ghanaian leadership. You're making the call on them to resign, but we know that their tenure of office is protected by the Constitution. Is there a cause of action beyond this should they fail to resign? Because there are those who even make the argument that this protest is belated, as the momentum may have died off from the time you gave the ultimatum.
Look, their tenure is protected by the Constitution on condition that they perform. They perform as expected by the Constitution. If you are not performing, if you are letting the good people of Ghana down, there's no protection for you under the Constitution. The Constitution expects you to perform and live up to your responsibility. And that is the most important thing. The management of Bank of Ghana have not lived up to their responsibility. They've let the good people of Ghana down. They've let the farmers down. They've left traders down. They've let industrialists down. And they must go.
All right, then. That's the Pro East MP, Dr. Kwamina Donkor. I appreciate that you could speak to us as well. And so they've been standstill for quite a while now as they are allowing the protests to continue. And we'll be getting a bit more thoughts again from some members of the NDC minority as well. But let's just break the bridge a bit and perhaps speak to a market woman who's is covered in all red on her head. Mommy, hello. Yeah, demonstration of a constitutionally guaranteed right there as the Occupy BoG demonstration led by the minority in parliament is currently underway in the capital. We'll be going back to my colleague Eric Maunegbeta for some more update who we doff our hats off to. Congratulations, Eric. We're so proud of the reportage you're bringing to us. We'll go back to him definitely, but let's bring you some more stories in relation to some key happenings in the country on Midday Live. Or some groups calling themselves concerned citizens of Ashaiman are also demonstrating against poor state of roads. Well, we're live also on all our social media platforms at TV3 Ghana Plus on DSTV channel 279. Also happening this afternoon is a demonstration ongoing in the Ashaiman communities as the residents are demonstrating against the deplorable nature of their roads. Before we cross over to my colleague Armstrong Gold-Alagbe from the Ashaiman communities, let's cross over to Komla Kluche, also BoG demonstration, to provide us with some more update and perspectives and the dynamics we're looking at in this demonstration. Kamla, good afternoon to you. Thank you so much for joining us. Where have you gotten to and what can you report?
So I'm just around at the block. I'm just around at the block. From a short over the demonstration where there was a standoff between them and the police as to the route they have. The traffic light before the NDC headquarters has been blocked and they're supposed to take their left towards the cathedral area. That's where the confusion is. A good number of them have actually moved towards where the cathedral is, but from your shot you can see that it's now that the crowd, majority of the crowd is moving towards the cathedral area where they're supposed to make a right, and so they make a left turn at the traffic light before the NDC headquarters here in Adabraka. The police is not allowing them to use the frontage in front of the NDC headquarters because that road has been blocked, and so they have to use the traffic light road before the NDC headquarters and head towards the intersection at the cathedral before they can make the TUC stretch and then head off towards the Lotus side. But this is what we've been able to secure exclusive to us. The petition against Dr. Ernest Addison is an 18-point petition that the minority is hoping, or the organizers are hoping, to present to him or the leadership of the Bank of Ghana when the demonstration is done. Well, as to whether they'll be able to make it, well, organizers say that they will define the blockage and head towards there. But this is what the details of the petition entails. And I'm just going to take it from the point 16 down towards the 18. That considering the average profits made by the central bank since 2012 is about 1.5 billion, and assuming that all the profits will be retained going forward, it will take more than 20 years for the central bank to move to positive equity. This means that the fate of the central bank of Ghana hangs solely in the ability of an already insolvent and bankrupt government to recapitalize it. Now, let me go down to the submission. The analysis of the mayor and his governor and his deputies have stated at the Bank of Ghana states that there are only three options to get the Bank of Ghana out of this self-inflicted predicament. One, introduce a tax to recapitalize the Bank of Ghana, divert proceeds of an existing tax to recapitalize the Bank of Ghana, and therefore forgo critical government expenditure in education, health, and roads, or this government should, which has borrowed more than all governments combined in the history, may have borrowed more than 6 billion to fulfill this up. Let me go to the 19, which is the concluding part. That through this Occupy BoG protest march, we will call on the governor and his two deputies to resign now for a new team to be appointed as a matter of urgency to fix the mess. Now the governor Addison printed of money is like alcoholism. The perceived good effect comes immediately and the hangover comes after the party. You printed money to finance the champagne lifestyle on a petition budget of the Kufuor government. Today, Ghana is on its knees. Resign now. Thank you. Signed, Dr. Kesela Sofosin, the minority leader. So, Crosby, this is the exclusive petition that we have. So now you can see from the shot now, they are moving in their numbers. All right in front. This was the road where the contention was, but you can see them in your shot over there, moving gradually. The numbers, well, a good number of them are out there, and you can see that the numbers keep increasing. We have seen also a good number of people demonstrating on the motorbike. They are even far ahead of me somewhere around the cathedral side. We're just going to turn a little bit for you to see if you can get them stuff over there. This is how the numbers look like towards the cathedral side.
Right.
And when it comes to the opposite of it, this is how the numbers look like. Those who are coming from the
right. We'll get back to you in the course of the bulletin for some more updates still on the Occupy BoG protest. Let's cross over to my colleague Garrick Marineg for some other happenings as part of the Occupy BoG protest.
The road headed towards Accra and Kokobot, and you can see for yourself. These are going to be a number of the instances that will be witnessed going forward today. There's a lot of agitation, a lot of anger from these individuals, and the police is remaining resolute in their stance as the water cannon truck is stationed. Interestingly, some of these police officers have body cams on them as well, and so you may have heard for a long time the police describe or announce that they were going to procure body cameras to allow for the control of the crowd and the policing of protests and the likes. Well, body cams have been deployed by the police this time round after the Occupy Jilobi protesters were picked up from the 37 Trotro station. Today, we're seeing some of the police officers in body cams. Stanley, are we on air?
Particular route that has been blocked. Is this what was agreed by you and the police?
Well, I mean, we know that we are supposed to turn left and go to the Ridge Roundabout. So this takes us there, but the road in front of the party office also takes us there. That's why I'm trying to convince them that there's no real difference. So they should let us. That's why you see me going and coming back, trying to convince them that this is more convenient, even for us, because you know that when you take this road, by the time you get to after the party office, it's a very, very narrow. So, but they are insisting that they must pass through in front of their party office. So we need to convince them.
But originally, that was not an arrangement with the Ghana Police Services.
I don't think that we were all very clear on we just knew the hotel left. But as to which junction specifically, I'm not sure we were very clear on it. We knew that we were supposed to turn left from here at the back here and then hit the Ridge Roundabout. I know that. But whether this junction or the next junction, honestly, I wasn't involved in those details. So Sami Jemfi was the one who was fleshing out the details with them. So let me talk to the people. Let me talk to them.
All right. So that's Mahama Yariga over there. He is trying as much as there appears to be. Almost 2 hours. is trying as much as it is. There appears to be a bit of a standoff. The police will not budge. Before you get to the traffic lights that's at the intersection of the NDC headquarters in Adabraka, that is where there's a stalemate, for want of a better word. They are here, they are not moving. And if you look far at the other side, you know, scores of the protesters are also up there, and they don't want to move on. It appears that there's some understanding now, and that they are moving. They just turned to their left, and the protest is continuing unabated, and they are insisting that this is going to be a demand. I mean, some of the things that's on the placards read Akufado, return the stolen money, Addison must go. We're suffering enough is enough. Nurses are suffering. I mean, drop the BoG headquarters now. So much, and the hashtag that Dr. Addison must go, occupy the BoG is still relevant as it is.
Well, so some more updates coming from the Occupy BoG protest there, where my colleagues Eric Maunegbeta and Kumla Kluche will be bringing us the updates when they happen as part of the protest. Already we understand that it is getting to the time of the differences in the routes approved by the police and those rejected by the minority members of parliament. We'll still stay with this subject and bring you details, but if you're still joining us, if you're just joining us on the program, this is what you need to know about the Occupy Bank of Ghana protest. Reminder that we're also live on 3FM 92.7, also on all our social media platforms at TV3 Ghana. But the details of the Occupy BoG protest will be on your screen shortly. These are the organizers of the protest, mainly the minority in parliament. We're talking about the NDC. And they have received support from members of Arise Ghana, from COPEC, from APC and other CSOs and some other political parties as well. Now, the major point of concern is the roots of the demonstration. So the beginning at the Obra Spot, which they did earlier, through to the Kwame Nkrumah Circle, through to Adabraka, to the Ridge Roundabout, the National Theatre traffic light, the Law Court Complex traffic light, the Atta Mills Highway, and then a U-turn to the Independence Square. This is where it is anticipated that some disagreements will happen between the protesters and the police service, particularly on the issue of routes. Remember that because of the routes approval and the non-approval by the police service, the demonstration was postponed a couple of times. Even an injunction application came as a result of that. This is the demand of the organizers of the group. They are demanding the resignation of the governor of the Bank of Ghana, Dr. Ernest Addison, and his two deputies over their mismanagement of the central bank, as it posted excess of 60 billion in losses, according to the bank's own statement in 2022. This is the basis of their demand, that the BoG officials are accused of mismanaging the central bank, resulting in a loss of 55.1 billion cedis in the recent financial report, and alleged unlawful printing of over 80 billion cedis to shore up the government's budget. They are also saying that as part of the basis demanding the resignation of the governor of the central bank and his deputies, the construction of a Bank of Ghana head office, a new head office at a cost of more than $200 million, and that according to some lawmakers, including Mahama Yariga, who is also championing this demonstration, says that Ghanaians have been shortchanged as a result, coming up from the fact that the country was in crisis when these things happened. And they're saying that the general economic challenges with unstable value of currency, which has resulted in high cost of living and unemployment as key concerns. Therefore, the Bank of Ghana cannot afford to decide to expend this amount of money to construct a new head office. We've already heard from the governor of the Bank of Ghana suggesting some defenses or reasons why this project has to go on, saying that it is a project that had begun already at a period that the bank was making some profits and not losses. But according to the minority members of parliament, these reasons offered by the Bank of Ghana to demand a new head office, which include to construct a new head office building which will be earthquake proof, does not sit well with these minority members of parliament, particularly coming at a time that the nation has been in severe distress. And if the Bank of Ghana is able to use this amount of money to construct a new head office building that the minority members of parliament do not think is needed at this moment, then it adds up to a number of factors to demand that the governor of the Bank of Ghana, Dr. Ernest Addison, and his two deputies leave the Bank of Ghana in the protest that they're calling Occupy Bank of Ghana. It is coming on the back of a recent protest, the Occupy Jubilee House protest, which was organized by members of the Fix the Country movement, all in relation to similar matters of economic mismanagement, hardship in the country, and issues alike. So these protesters, if you remember, during the Occupy Jubilee House protest, locked off with the police over routes, and the police did not allow them to go past the 37 military hospital to present their petition to the petitioners to present their petition to who the government will bring out to receive the petition. So this is also something was seen as being replicated in this regard. Some disagreements over the routes approved by the police service and those rejected by the organizers of the protest. Currently, the protest has left the Obra sport area, currently around the Adabraka area, and in an attempt to move towards what the minority is suggesting as the route they have not agreed upon with the police service. My colleague Komla Kluchi was telling us some details of this petition by the minority members of parliament demanding the resignation of the governor of the Bank of Ghana. Let's cross over to my colleague Komla Kluchi for some more happenings. Komla, good afternoon again. Where have you gotten to and what is the latest happening there? Well, unfortunately, we have lost connection with Komla Kluchi, but we'll definitely reconnect with him, bringing you some more happenings on the Occupy BoG protest. A number of police personnel have already been deployed at vantage points as part of the demonstration. We've already heard from the chairman of the NDC, Johnson Asiodin Ketia, speak there, as well as some other sympathizers of the party and those partaking in the protest. Their demands are pretty simple. They want better living conditions, and these are some of the happenings in your scene, on your scenes now, on your screens now. You see some of the sights and sounds. Some youth, some protesters venting their spleen over the poor handling of issues in the country. Komla Kluchi, I understand, has joined us. Komla, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Noble.
Great. Talk to me about where you are and what the routes are looking like. I see the presence of the police blocking the road towards my right, but what is the latest happening there?
So what you can see from your shot, this is the cathedral intersection. So the demonstrators, you can see them from the side over there. They want to use this side towards the key section, but the road is blocked. You can see the police over there in the shop. They are not allowing them. The direction is for them to head towards to the Reach roundabout area, and then they can take it off towards to the Independence Square. Vehicular traffic is being directed to go to the other side. But I'm just going to try and see if I can get some of the protesters to talk to as to why they are standing in the middle of the road. In fact, this is just the middle of the here at the Cathedral traffic light. The vehicles are finding it quite difficult to move Let me just engage with this. I mean, you should do to also move. Why are you standing here? Why are you not? But I can see. But because we agree with the police where we're supposed to pass. And right now that they have put barricades here. And so what do we expect to come? And we're supposed to pass this. And it's it was a demonstration. There's nobody carrying anything. We just want to make our protest. And look at what the governor is doing. Suppressing everything. He doesn't want anything to wait. No waiting, nothing. All that he thinks of is to, around the people. So it's bad. Just people demonstration. Then peacefully. You can see it's not peaceful. Hey, why did you want to oppress the people? Meanwhile, the system is sad. Let's talk about our agreement today. You don't want them to say. What is this?
Well, as it is now, you do not have any option. You cannot defy the police, so you're going to have to go through to the route we are directing you to. We are waiting for some of our leaders to come around before we know where we can pass, because this is our way. This is our way that all the demonstrations will take this direction to Accra Police, through that to Accra Sports Independence Square. We want to pass through Makola to demonstrate so that the market women should know what is happening to Ghana. Because we are all suffering. This is a free will as a citizen of the Republic of Ghana. We are all suffering. Master, go and ask for Paul of Kenya today. Go and ask a chief mate. Go and ask. They know. The police also suffering. Because of the authority, the Republic of Ghana, the president are giving them authority. That is why they do all this. We can't.
What we are rich is about the time the media have power. It's not for to oppress the people. Every time, people look at what they did to them. They arrest the president. Yes, it's simple. We have been with the police. Leaders have been with the police very fast. And then you come and broke it. Dirty problem. You end up to say that the police are lawless or what? The police, no. It's so bad. And you, the media, spoke about it.
Anytime. So Noble, you can see, the whole place is choked. And the people are not moving. The main road leading towards to the Airtel Tico headquarters and the natural area has been blocked. It's been blocked by the police, and they're just not allowing them. And means that they just have to go use the rich roundabout side. So this is the second blockade that they're asking them to use. And to them, this is unheard of, because all the demonstrations that they have done, they have actually not used these routes that they are bringing. So the police is directing them. The police is directing them to just use it outside. But the reaction is that they are not going to do it. This is what the situation looks like. But it does appear that irrespective of whatever it is, the police is not going to budge, and they're just going to go by what they have. What they have blocked in terms of the routes that they have to use, and they're not going to branch on it. Well, the leaders, I cannot see any of them where I am now. From the shop, you can see even a petrol tanker that is blocked over there in front of the cathedral. That's not being able to move. But the MPPD is at the other side from the psychiatric section, directing the vehicles to move towards the Silent Down area. So the demonstrators can also use the other side of the road, which is the private reach roundabout area. This is what it looks like. I can tell you that this is just about a quarter of the people. A huge number is this particular crowd you see very close to the headquarters, right on the approach at the first instance that they've not been able to come to. So this is what it does appear that the people want to defy the police. The police will also not budge. It's been a peaceful one. Nobody has had any confrontation in terms of fight for any arrest. Right. Concern, at least that's information that's available to me now. So it's been a peaceful protest as it is, irrespective of the blockade. They're still insisting. Okay, let me see if I can catch
Thank you so much, Kamala Kluche. We'll get back to you for some more updates on the latest human barricade formed by the police service in relation to, again, the routes approved or rejected by the police service and the minority members of parliament, plus the protesters. Let's cross over to Eric Mawenegbata, who also has some more of the happenings on the Occupy BoG protests.
Parliament. It's been a procession that's been ongoing for over 2 hours now. They began converging a long time ago from 6 a.m. at the Obra spot here in Accra, and they've been moving on. But just a short while ago, there was a blockade just ahead, I think behind us now, where the protesters, a number of them were a bit agitated and angered that they weren't allowed access through that particular part of town. But it all looks like it's been resolved, and so they are making their way, headed now towards the Electoral Commission area, where I get indication that because of the large number, some of the leadership of the minority, the NDC, already up there, already in wait of them. Quite a number of the dignitaries as well. The General Secretary of the NDC, Fifi Avikwete, as well, in your shorts. The North Tongue MP Samuel Okujetua Blakwa, and the likes. And so maybe we'll just continue to pick a few more thoughts as we continue to bring you live coverage. Let's speak briefly to the General Secretary of the NDC, Fifi Avikwete. Many thanks for speaking to us. I just saw that, I won't call it a misunderstanding, but some of the protesters were really eager, wanting to use that part of town headed towards Cocoa Board. It looks like the police has prevented you, and now you're making the diversion headed towards the Electoral Commission area.
Yeah, I would say that we've allowed this to be led by our colleagues in the minority. So as much as possible, we look to them for leadership on this one. It's not a party that necessarily is leading it. So the understanding they've had with the police, as much as possible, we want to go with that understanding. We want the thousands who are out on the street to appreciate our enemy is not the police. We are not here fighting a battle at all with the police. We have a plan to be able to send a message to people who are higher up. So as much as possible, we should have a collaboration with the police and ensure that the larger agenda, which is to be able to send a clear message to the authorities at the Bank of Ghana, and for that matter in government, in order to appreciate the anger in the hearts of the people of Ghana. And that really should be what our focus should be.
It continues to be a case in point, the argument being made strongly that the governor of the central bank, Dr. Ernest Addison, needs to resign. You're somebody with a lot of financial background. You were on the finance committee, Deputy Minister of Finance at one point, a Minister of State in charge of Finance at one point. Walk us through the numbers again, because there's been a lot of defense from the Finance Minister. I'm sure you might have even read his open letter to Ghanaians, where he stated quite clearly that there's been a lot of sacrifices made by the central bank governor and himself in helping to keep the economy afloat, and that in fact we're turning the corner. Yet it appears you in the NDC are not satisfied.
You know, the real tragedy is that we are living in a time where institutions have become so depraved. I mean, they've become so perverted that people who actually have been given constitutional authority to fight for this nation and fight for the state believe that their real mandate now is simply to fight for the government that is in charge. And that, for me, is a massive tragedy. Listen, we were in this country between 2013 up to 2016, and we faced a lot of massive economic difficulties. We had a central bank governor and two deputies who, by every indication, were people appointed by our government. But never at any point did we have a situation where you have a central bank governor who is ready to literally cause massive inflation by printing money in support of a government. We never had that. We had a central bank governor who was ready to make sure that when we had a provision for zero financing at the central bank, that zero financing was what's called adhered to. That's what you do when you have conscience. But when you have people who literally have sold their conscience and think that their capacity to be in the position they are simply making the MPP government happy, then there's a trouble. Honestly, we should not be asking him to resign. If he had any conscience left, he himself should actually be resigning. You know, so it's a real tragedy at the moment. It's a real tragedy.
Right. You've spoken to it, but perhaps I want to just pick your thoughts briefly on another subject matter. It has to do with the voter registration which just ended yesterday, the limited one. You in the NDC had raised concerns, the challenges, the disenfranchisement. The Electoral Commission has at all times come out to parry these accusations. Yesterday they said that they weren't going to extend the registration exercise and that next year there's going to be the opportunity for as many individuals as possible to register. For you in the NDC, how do you take it? Consistently, as you've made the argument that a lot of such faulty machines were in your strongholds.
Unfortunately, just as we are talking about the Bank of Ghana, the Electoral Commission is another of these completely bastardized institutions. I mean, being led by people who think that their number one priority is to make the government happy as opposed to doing what is right for the country. And that's a sad thing. Especially coming from my own friend, Jean Mensah, who was at IEA and was a champion for good governance. And for her to now become electoral commissioner and take this institution to the low level it has become, it's a real tragedy. But you know what? For the sake of the people of Ghana, we in NDC are ready to do whatever we can to ensure that this government changes. And I know Jean Mensah will do everything possible to try to protect them because she feels her own survival depends upon the success of the MPP. But that I mean, they will both lose. Jean Mensah will lose, and the government she's supporting will lose because the people of Ghana will ensure that the change happens.
People of Ghana will ensure that the change happens. But just maybe your general thoughts. Yes, there were challenges, but your general thoughts as to the entire exercise. You deployed your executives and the likes to monitor, guide the process and the likes. We've heard from the EC as well, who's made the case that because of the registration of minors, it is the case that perhaps the Ghana card is the one true way to deal with such instances. Hence, they are going to be using the CI opportunity again to table it before Parliament to have the Ghana card as a sole identifier for persons to get onto the electoral roll.
You know, we've always had what you call systems in place to ensure that whatever, should I call it, anomalies are in place, you find ways of checking them up. That's why you have political parties that are empowered to be present to ensure that proper challenges are brought. If you feel there's a minor registering, you have different political parties you can raise that and you bring it up for a proper conversation, then the Electoral Commission can take a decision. But to simply capitalize on the fact that instances of minors and that justifies what they want to do, which amount to using a system, because if you watch right now, you'll notice that many more people got onto that register using the guarantor system rather than the Ghana card. It tells you that a lot of people still do not have access to that Ghana card. So the Electoral Commission, unfortunately, has been pushing an agenda, which agenda was to suppression of vote, and the people of Ghana will make sure that does not happen.
Right then, many thanks, Honorable. That's your General Secretary of the NDC, the Honorable Fifi Fiavi Kwete, and he's been providing a bit more details, a bit more context as to this Occupy Bank of Ghana protest that was seen. They're moving now, headed towards the the EC head office as they continue in their procession. We'll be getting a bit more as well from the individuals present here. But it is the Occupy Bank of Ghana protest by the minority MPs. That's the NDC members of Parliament. They are continuing in their protest, and there are a large number of individuals who are ahead of us who continue to participate and partake in this particular protest. I've seen the Norton MP as well, Samuel Okudzeto Ablakwa. I've seen Al Hassan Suhini as well. There are different strands of conversations that we can have with these other individuals as well. The Vice Chair of the NDC as well, is present. We'll try and pick thoughts as well from all of these individuals for you as we continue our coverage here on TV3, live on Facebook, DSTV channel 279 and the likes. Perhaps maybe now I'll pick the thoughts of the Norton MP Samuel Okudzeto Ablakwa, because he's taken the task up of an investigative journalist somewhat as well. In the last few weeks, moved from Demon Investigations, has been exploring other investigations, which he continues. Yeah, that's the argument being made, that now he's competing with journalists. But in the last 2 days, there's been 2 separate publications that you've made. The first one in relation to Frontiers, and then one Heavenway in relation to some parcels of land which have been allocated to certain individuals. A company called Heavenway.
Heaven Builders.
Heaven Builders. Let's start off with a Frontiers healthcare contract and what it is that you've been able to intercept in terms of documents. That particular piece of document has become very difficult to come by. I recall during the vetting of the ministers in the second term of this current administration, the vetting committee asked a number of ministers the questions: who orchestrated the contract and the likes, and nobody was able to provide the responses to that particular question. But you've been able to discover certain things in that regard. What is it that you found out?
Clearly, another manifestation of create, loot and share. A Buccaneer government collaborating with plutocratic entrepreneurs to exploit the Ghanaian people. And the sad aspect of all of this is that this happened during a pandemic, when people were dying, when we had a global public health emergency. And you'll expect that leadership will be compassionate, leadership will be empathetic. All we see from the documents that I have intercepted, and I have only published the first part, which is the offer letter. The offer letter of August 31, 2020 reveals how this whole Frontiers deal was cooked.
Right.
Frontiers did not have the track record. It hurriedly incorporated just 2 months to the reopening of the airport. Remember, the airport was opened on the 1st of September. The content of the offer letter reveals that this was a total giveaway, a very one-sided, skewed deal, where Frontiers was exempted from paying water bills. Frontiers was asked to keep $140 out of the $150 they were charging every passenger, and the whole Republic, Ghana Airport Company, which is a public entity, all of us, we were to have only $10. I mean, you wonder, did they put a gun to the head of Mr. Yakwakwa, who signed it? And when you read the first paragraph of that offer letter, he reveals that the offer letter is subsequent to discussions they had held behind the scenes. The question that arises is, who were those in those meetings? Where did those discussions take place? And why didn't they resort to the Public Procurement Authority? Why is it that our procurement laws were sidelined? The whole Frontiers deal did not go through a procurement process. It was just calling a Buccaneer company, a plutocratic company with very dubious track record. And you see, if we have visionary leaders, patriotic leaders who care about our country, this is a testing deal that could have gone to Noguchi, for example, or Kolebu Central Laboratory, or the Kumasi Center for Collaborative Research. And what will have happened in the process is that we will have built capacity. Imagine what Noguchi can do with $130 million, which is the profit that Frontiers has made. $130 million could have transformed. It will have transformed Noguchi. And what that transformation will mean is that young researchers will have had jobs to do. Noguchi will have been able to buy new equipment, will have modernized Noguchi. So on all fronts, if you look at this Frontiers deal, it just shows you that Ghana is being led now by people who are not patriotic, who don't care about our country, who will sacrifice the national interest for just private gain. And that is what is so, sad about this whole deal. I must also add that what we have intercepted also confirms why the Ghana Airport Company Limited has gone that far to conceal these documents from you in the media and from other Ghanaians. I remember Manasseh Azuri filed an ITR request. He was ignored. Joy FM filed. They even had to go to the RTI Commission petition. The Ghana Airport Company was fined. And to think that the Ghana Airport Company Limited didn't mind paying $200,000 just to hide this information from the general public, it should tell you that they themselves are not proud of the deal. Because if the deal had been above board, if it had been in the national interest, if it was not laden with corruption and blatant thievery, they would not have gone to that extent to conceal the information.
This is just part one, a bit detailed. This part one that you've been laying bare for us. Is there more based on what you've told us? And I think what will be on the minds of Ghanaians is, if it is this bad, and we have almost a hung parliament, can we trust the minority to hold this government to some account in relation to these things that it is that you've discovered?
I can assure you that we are not only in the business of doing exposés. We are going to make sure there is action and that people are sanctioned, people are made to face the music. Already we have filed a motion calling for a parliamentary inquiry into this whole Frontiers deal. So be rest assured, you have seen other probes. You saw the Sputnik V probe. You saw the Kenoforiata must go probe. So we have shown in time past that we have the capacity to initiate probes. And I can assure you that colleagues are ready to delve deep into these matters and to make sure that these faceless looters are brought to the fore on live television. They are named and shamed, and they are made to pay for their crimes.
The Heavenway bid is what perhaps I want you to just give us a brief details of. I read the details for myself, and it's a bit murky to the mind of the ordinary Ghanaian. A group or a Heavenway builders, it is that you make the case, being given up to 100 plus.
About 38 acres. Look, let me summarize it. It is a clear case of looting prime lands. The Ghana Airport Company has about 93 acres of land lying for further expansion, lying bare now for further expansion. The airport company has decided to do two city projects, and they could have raised equity because they have title. The land belongs to them. They don't need any middleman. But shockingly, they bring in a middleman, the owner of Heaven Builders Limited. And you see what is going on. They always look for some that Member National Cathedral acres. Can you believe that? The claim is that they said they will do some road construction and provide some amenities valued at $85 million. Now, nobody knows how they arrived at that $85 million. There is no independent mechanism to check if indeed they will even invest that $85 million. Now, if you look at the going rate, an acre of land at airport residential will not cost you less than $4 million. So, these Heaven Builders are walking away with $152 million, smiling all the way to the bank. Clear land grab, land looting. And what even makes matters worse, Heaven Builders feel so emboldened because of the people behind it. And part two, I'll be revealing the people behind it.
These are non-government individuals?
Don't worry, we'll get there. So they are so bold that they have made a counter offer that 38 acres is not big enough for them. They want 62 acres. Can you believe that? And because of that, the current MD is being threatened with dismissal. And they are insisting that the deal should be hurried through so that they can have 62 acres, which will give them profits in excess of $250 million when they sell those lands. The question is, if the predecessors of these managers at the Ghana Airport Company had engaged in this naked land looting, would any land have been left for even expansion to Terminal 3 where we have now? This is an airport that is growing, that will always need land to expand. And we want to give all away to heaven builders and their cronies in government. So we are saying that, first of all, this whole concept should have been brought to Parliament. Look, Ghana belongs to the people. The airport belongs to the people. Why is it that Parliament was not given this new policy direction so that we will debate it? Because they know that what they are doing, they can't defend it publicly. So they sit secretly behind the scenes, under the cover of darkness, and then they are carving out the lands for themselves. But we are going to scuttle this deal. We are determined to stop it. We are going to make sure that if they are really heaven builders, they should go to heaven. We will not allow a bunch of buccaneer entrepreneurs who are only really waiting for cronies to get into power and then they loot. We owe the next generation. Look, just as our fathers, grandfathers, our forefathers left legacies for us, left assets for us, left resources for us, we owe the next generation. Look, Ghana is being finished. And I agree with MPP stalwarts who are now confessing. You heard Kennedy Ejapon say that, look, the way they are looting his own colleagues in government, the way they are looting like there's no tomorrow. You have heard Amwakoba, he spoke on your station, TV3, and he said, look, we have stolen everything. You've heard Alan Chamartin say that unscrupulous apparatchiks have hijacked the party and are destroying the country. So enough is enough. That's what we are saying. And this demonstration is to let Akufo-Addo, Bawumia, and all his appointees know that, look, I read come inside. The Ghanaian people are angry. We have absolutely had it now. We will not accept this blatant thievery, this looting, this destruction. I mean, we don't even care about the next generation. What are we leaving for our children? What are we leaving for the young people? Instead of industrializing, instead of showing visionary leadership to alleviate the plight of the people, to bring hope, it's all about personal acquisition, personal amassment of wealth, looting, self-aggrandizement. We cannot continue this way.
Right. Honorable, many thanks. I see Norton MP Samuel Okujeto Ablakwa speaking to us there in extensive interview in relation to two documents that he's made public in the last few days. First, in relation to the Frontiers Healthcare Frontiers contract, really. They were responsible for the COVID testing at the airport for quite a long time. And then a new one, Heaven Buildway, which he made revelations of as to some acres of land being handed over to a company, amongst other things. But this is still the Occupy Bank of Ghana demonstration, and we're continuing on the Principal Street, headed now towards the former headquarters of the Electoral Commission. The trees and things are providing a bit of shade in these parts, and so the brunt of the sun is so coming down so hard on these protesters. And so for a lot of them, they would like to take a chill pill and maybe take it easy on the walk for just a short while. But this continues to be the protest for you, and we're seeking to paint a picture for you as to exactly what it is that it looks like. They are scattered all across these parts, and for now headed towards the former headquarters of the Electoral Commission. There's a gridlock as well associated with the movement of the demonstrators. And so it's the Occupy BoG demonstration. We've been gauging different thoughts from different individuals as to exactly what it is that's been happening. The vuvuzelas are blasting a bit loudly as well as we continue, headed now towards the Electoral Commission, former Electoral Commission headquarters here at the Christ here. And we're continuing nonetheless. This is not Christ the King, by the way. Just names mixing up a bit for me again. But over here, you see the protesters making their way towards the major intersection here as the police barricade draws some anger from the protesters again this particular afternoon. The barricade by the police seems to anger a lot these demonstrators, and whenever it is the case that they reach any of these areas where there is a police barricade, they come off a bit incensed at the fact that there are barricades that have been mounted by the police. But that's it in your short. The barricade for you. The barricade at this particular point were just around the Adabraka Polyclinic, the intersection here, and you see a lot of them angered, really, as to the barricade that's been mounted by the police. And so the Holy Spirit Cathedral there at Adabraka Polyclinic here, the former Electoral Commission headquarters there, if you go down this road, you could make a turn towards the Ministry of Information. If you go down this road, you're going towards Circle, perhaps, Asylum Down and the likes. But it continues to be an area of anger for them. What is the concern? Relax for me. What is the concern?
You said my concern is that you have agreed on the routes, and everywhere we go to, you block the routes. What kind of nonsense is this? Ghana police and Akufo-Addo, are you stupid?
Relax.
Relax. That have been agreed upon. Why is it that we got here, then you block the routes?
It's just very unfortunate the way the police people are handling it. We are peace-loving people. And looking at it, when we go to our party head office, you realize that they blocked them. We complied with the directives that they've given us. Once we have gotten to this place, the instruction was to go to the next TUC traffic. Then we moved to the ministry. That was the instruction. But once we got here, we realized that they used their barricades to also prevent us. We are peaceful people. We are harmless. We don't have anything to do to the police people. We will comply. But what we are saying is that we are going to follow this particular route. That is what we are saying. That is what we are saying.
Let us stay here.
We can go to the rich roundabout. We cannot go to the rich roundabout. You see? So, in fact, the way it is, our target is to go to Bank of Ghana. That is our target. So we will talk to our people. We will direct them to use the appropriate routes so that at least there will not be any trouble. That's it. Thank you.
They are doing nonsense.
Police one year making it. Oh, another year, no one fight behind it. Oh, I can't say one again. One year be police. One year be police for China. No, monsieur, one fight the army. Oh, I can't say one again. Next time, you can't go to Cockroach Bar. What I know, saying. Next time you can go to school bar. Oh, I don't hear like I go to say. Oh, what am monsieur? I'm a back.
All right, and so, for a lot of these protesters, they are angered by the presence of the additional barricade by the police. But I'm just gonna try and walk you through what the police believes is the agreed routes with the demonstrators. And so the police says that what? Per the statement which was issued yesterday, the demonstrators will converge at the Obra spot. That's happened already. They will proceed to Adabraka. they'll head towards the Ridge Roundabout, the National Theatre traffic light, the High Court Complex traffic light, at Mills Highway, and make a U-turn at the National Lotteries and terminate at the Independence Square. At no point, according to the police statement, does it say that they are going to be using this particular stretch. But it does appear that a lot of these protesters are angered at the fact that they are not being allowed access through this part of town. And so they are continuing to express a lot of anger in relation to this. But the protest is supposed to go this way, and so what it is that we have, the police's statement says that they are supposed to go through Adabraka, Ridge Roundabout, National Theatre traffic light, High Court Complex traffic light, at Mills Highway, and then make a U-turn at the National Lotteries and terminate at the Independence Square. And so we're going to be headed there now, where a lot of the protesters still continue to remain angered. But the procession is moving nonetheless, and it's moving now towards the anger appears to be simmering down as the police tries to remain resolute in their resolve in maintaining law and order amongst many things. But it is still the Occupy Bank of Ghana protest as the demonstrators continue to make their way, now headed towards the former headquarters of the Electoral Commission, the Ridge Roundabout really, and then we can get a sense as to exactly what it is that's going to be happening. And so far...
Well, just as some group of people towards the former headquarters of the Electoral Commission, another group of the protesters have also made their way to the new building of the Bank of Ghana. And at the moment, Boko Central Member of Parliament, Mahama Yariga, is addressing the gathering.
Everything else is caused by the incompetence of the central bank government. You don't have choice. You don't have choice. Should we say you don't have choice? You don't have choice. You don't have choice because our private sector do not create the jobs. And the private sector because the time and volume of 26%. Are you a company, a manufacturer? When you compete, and the one in China are growing at 5%. When you are in China are growing at 10%. With Nigerians, when you are growing in Nigeria at 11%, and here our businesses are having to borrow at 36%. So the reason why is because the mismanagement of the central bank program as well as interest rates go very high. And because interest rates are very high, the private sector cannot borrow and expand their businesses and employ those of us who are just finished university. Let me try the other part.
We'll try and reconnect with Komla Kluche for some better sound on the new head office of the Bank of Ghana, where Mahama Yariga is speaking. But now, back to my colleague, Garrick Mawenegbeta.
Things are hard for us. We are youth. There's a lot of youth in Ghana right now. We need a savior. Nanado has to save us. There's no money in our pockets. We can't even learn a handwork because if we go and learn handwork, it's very, very expensive. Your mother cannot pay. If you chop money to eat for a handwork, it's not easy. So why are they blocking the road? We are not in to fight. We need freedom. They should give us chance to say what we wanted to say. When we reach here, they block us. As we reach here, they block us. What is the problem? Are we not a Ghanaian? Are we not part of Ghana? If you are not part of Ghana, they should let us know. Look at the number of people who came out. Look at the number of old women. I'm even surprised. Even me, I'm tired. But look at the number of old women who came out. They are still with us to this place. Why are they blocking the road? Are we thieves? Are we now thieves in our own country? They should let us know. If we are thieves in our own country, as youth as we are, they should let us know. Wherever they will block the road, we will pass. Even if it's a small place, we will kneel down and pass to where we are going. Because we are ready to fight this fight to the end. Because our children are coming. We have backbones. We can't take care of our junior sisters and brothers. Why are police vans following us? Are we going to steal? We are not going to steal. Oh. We are just in for peace. They should allow us to express ourselves as Ghanaian. Because they allow us to express our kokromoti as a Ghanaian. So they should allow us to express ourselves to the Ghana people, as a Ghana government. Nanado is not helping us.
Right, thank you. So that's one of the individuals as well. Maybe we'll speak to a lot more party individuals as well. Many thanks as well. You're from the Ashanti region, Deputy Regional Communications Officer. You organize people from there to be here, or they express interest in wanting to come?
We just joined them here. We just joined them. Today is the saddest day of Ghana politics. Today is the saddest day in Ghana democracy. We haven't seen this dictatorship before. And the saddest thing is that Nana Akufo-Addo has been a human rights lawyer for almost 42 years. So I believe as a human rights lawyer, you need to fight for people's rights. I quite remember Nana has organized not more than 12 demonstrations in Ghana. And he's been allowed to pass through all his routes and all the destination he wants to move to. So today I'm very sad this thing is happening here. And today I cry for the youth of Ghana. I cry for the individuals of Ghana. This dictatorship must end. These things must stop. Last time, we will create awareness that the Bank of Ghana CEO, that's the head of bank, has been printing money, which is unlawful. We know the amount of money he's supposed to be printing, and those people must come to Parliament for approval. But he has failed to do that. So that's why we are demonstrating that we want him out. As NDC left in power, Ghana, our debt stock was around 120 billion Ghana cedis. It's now around 600 billion Ghana cedis. When you talk about growth, inflation, we have hit the highest ever. We hit the highest 54.2%. Now it has been reduced to 42%. The cost of living right now in Ghana is very hard. A lot of people are really suffering. So we pray that Ghanaians will listen to our cry and give His Excellency John Dramani Mahama a chance to come and change it. He's the experienced man, the experiment man, the man Ghana needs. Thank you all for listening to me.
All right, maybe I'll just finish with you as well. What is it for you? I know it's Occupy Bank of Ghana protest, but what is it for you which has made you leave the Ashanti region to be here today?
We are looking at the general economy. If you look at the general economy very well, it is very tough for ordinary Ghanaians to live on 3 square meals. According to the IMF World Bank, over 850,000 Ghanaians are in severe poverty due to high inflation. That is why we've traveled from Kumasi to Accra to come and demonstrate to Akufo-Addo for him and Dr. Bamiyan to know that they are the worst president, they are the worst governors we've ever experienced in this Fourth Republic. Because of the debt they've taken us through, the kind of hardship we've gone through, the kind of arrogance we've gone through, the kind of dictatorship we've gone through. Senior, I can tell you, Nana Akufo-Addo cannot use gun to kill thousands of us. In fact, they blocked us twice. The third time, it will be chaos. And I promise you,
that's not something that you should be saying.
No, but
speaking about chaos, there's been no provocation. The police has blocked roads.
When you push the youth, and I'm telling you, if you look at the demonstrators, about 90 of them are youth. And when you push them, they will react. And when they react, nobody should sit anywhere. Peace Council should sit anywhere and be condemning us.
Roads.
That Nana Akufo-Addo should fix this country. Addison should be sacked because he has been underperforming this country, Bank of Ghana.
He can be sacked though. He has to resign because his term is protected by the Constitution as well.
Yes, but he has to resign. Per the performance, he has to resign. And it has never happened in this country before, where a finance minister his own party people, about 85 of them, wrote a letter to the president to sack him. Up to now, the finance minister is imposed. He took us to IMF. It has never happened in this country before. When we went to IMF for the 8 times, they rejected us because of the kind of economy we are running. It has never happened in this country before. Our economy has been rated as a chunk economy. It has never happened in this country before. Our city has been the worst city in the whole West Africa and the second in the whole world. And this is what we are talking about. Look at the youth, the free SHS they are talking about. People go to school 2 weeks and come home and come and spend about 2-3 months in a house. For what? And this is what we give to Akufo-Addo. When His Excellency John Dramani Mahama was leaving power, look at the economy. The economy was booming. Look at the city. Look at the infrastructures he left behind. And I'm telling you today, Nana Akufo-Addo has borrowed more than 200 billion. What has he used that money for? What has he used that money for? Nana Akufo-Addo should tell us hardcore projects, capital investment projects that he has used that over 200 billion for. And we are telling them again, the next block, there will be chaos.
There won't be chaos, hopefully, and that's just one of the individuals there speaking. And they continue in the protest, and a lot more young women with placards. Some of the things on the placards as well. Muslim by day, Christian by night. You don't need any guesses to be able to tell who that is. But they continue to come in their numbers as we are gradually headed towards the Ridge roundabout area. And that continues to be the mood and the look and feel here as people jam to loud blasting music as they continue to make the procession headed towards the Ridge roundabout, head towards the now Greater Accra Regional Hospital as well. And you see for yourself the vehicles lined up behind them as well as the protest continues. Media persons, journalists as well, taking their time, doing the strolls. So it's been quite a day already, over 6 hours since they began to converge. And now it's some 24 minutes after 1. The procession is continuing. Still quite a long way to go, I must say. Jatta 1, another of the fleet of vehicles lined up following the procession as they continue in the procession. And we're going to be following through as the demonstrators continue and maybe continue to pick thoughts as well as to exactly what it is that has been happening. A number of the individuals as well who've been coming through. But it is the Occupy Bank of Ghana protests. We continue to mention it's coming to you live from the streets now at the Ridge Roundabout, where we're headed again towards the Greater Accra Regional Hospital. And then I've been reading to you really what is the police's expectant route to be used by these protesters. And so from all intents and purposes, when they get down after this roundabout to the next one on the Independence Avenue it is, they'll be making their way now towards the National Theatre area, where they'll make a left turn there and proceed towards the High Court complex, the Law Court complex as well. That's what the police has in store for them. It is when they get to the John Evan Tata Mills Highway area and wanting to go towards the Kwame Nkrumah Mausoleum that the subject of contention comes up quite strongly. But it's interesting to note that for all of the individuals who are making it through, not everybody is fully fit. I've seen someone with crutches as well, and doing the turn and doing the walk all throughout as well. Perhaps we just want to pick a few words from him as well as to exactly what it is that is his motivation and wanting to be here, sir. Bossman, many thanks. You're live on TV3. I mean, maybe we should stop so we can have a conversation. Why are you deciding to be here in crutches and all? Perhaps some will make the argument that you shouldn't be doing long distances like these. You should be home.
You know, my name is Abubakar Samba. I think, thank you for the opportunity you give it to me. The reason why I'm out today to demonstrate is the situation of the country as far as since 2016. That I think this government have
we unfortunately lost sound from my colleague Eric Mawinegbe as he engages some more protesters on their motivation to join the protests all the way from the Obrasport area towards what they intend to head to the Bank of Ghana. Although the police has formed barricades preventing them from accessing some routes, the minority members of parliament and the protesters have remained resolute. At the moment, too, at the other side of the demonstration, and this is where the new Bank of Ghana building is located, some other members of the minority members of parliament are addressing another group have been pressing home their demands that the governor of the central bank, Dr. Ernest Addison, and his deputy should resign over the poor handling of the country's finances. Well, some other supporters of the Occupy BoG protest that is led by the minority members of parliament include Arise Ghana. We also know that GNPC is also part of it. Some other political parties, I beg your pardon, are also part of the minority members of parliament in the protest to seek the resignation of the governor of the Bank of Ghana, Dr. Ernest Addison, and his deputies. Let's hear from a member of Arise Ghana, Bernard Mona, earlier.
And the message is that the governor of the Bank of Ghana must go. We are going to occupy the Bank of Ghana, and that is where our mission should be. Any attempt to block us from going to the Bank of Ghana, probably that is where I can expect the standoff. But where they wanted the standoff to be, I think was needless, and that is why we have to persuade people so that we can continue the rest of the journey. That is why I'm here. But I can tell you that we are in to occupy the Bank of Ghana.
So that was Bernard Mona, a member of Arise Ghana, also demonstrating, seeking the resignation of the governor of the Bank of Ghana, Dr. Ernest Addison. And this is coming on the back of the huge losses that the bank posted in its July 2022 report. Some losses in excess of 60 billion. It is also coupled that with the desire of the leaders of the bank to construct a new head office building in the face of the current economic challenges that the country is going through, and that did not sit well at all with members of the minority group and some ordinary Ghanaians as well, and that has prompted them to hit the streets today to demonstrate seeking their resignation. And this demonstration that is happening today was expected to happen earlier last month, but that could not happen as a result of some police injunctions, some back and forth with the police servers. But finally, all hurdles were cleared and the demonstration is ongoing today. My colleague Komla Kluche is joining us from another part or another half of the demonstration where the new head office of the Bank of Ghana is located. Komla, if you can hear me, what is happening there?
Anyway, apologies for the bad sound. What I can tell you before getting
Well, we lost Kumla Kluche. We'll reconnect with him definitely, bringing you some more sights and sounds from the Occupy BoG protests currently underway in the capital, Accra. My colleague Eric Maonegbeta is also standing by at another half of the protests around just the old head office of the Electoral Commission. I understand that Kumla Kluche is back with us. Kumla, unfortunately, we lost you, but you were telling us where you were and what was happening there.
So Noble, I mean, just in your store, you can see the new Bank of Ghana building and the process that I've just been just about some 30 minutes ago. They actually sat on the floor here, the minority leader and the chairman of the NDC, Johnson, are sitting together with the organizer. They sat on the floor just directly in front of the new Bank of Ghana building, and the message from them simply is that it's unacceptable that they are spending all this money on the Bank of Ghana and building, citing reasons that earthquake as examples for which they are building this hospital. When directly opposite it, you find a rich hospital that is taking care of people who have been sick. And in fact, phase 2 of the project paid for by the then NDC administration have been so to speak, abandoned by the current administration, and they think that it's unacceptable. In fact, in the words of Kwame Coffins and Kocha, he says that they are not going to pardon any intimidation when it comes to the 2024 elections, that many people have lost their lives. They've not been able to give justice, as the Attorney General and the government have not been able to give justice to the families, and that they are going to seek instant justice if anybody goes ahead to intimidate them or come their way to harm them. Now, on the part of Sam God, he also spoke about the fact that this is a building that is absolutely of no use when the Bank of Ghana has declared losses, and that money could have been pumped into other useful things. And also citing the example that the amount of money that they are using for this hospital, they can use it to build about 3,000 kids compounds and also 3,006 units school buildings can be put up as a result of the money that they are using there. They describe it as the fastest growing construction building in the whole of West Africa. And they think that the message has been sent by Dr. Addison and the leadership of the Bank of Ghana is one that is insensitive, and that they think that they should just bow out of the faith. They are urging the people there to stop the construction, and that when John Mahama comes to power in 2024, 2025, they will ensure that John Mahama will prioritize the construction of the phase 2 of the second phase of the Rich Hospital as against the BoG building. So from the shore, you can see the protesters have done move, a good number of them heading towards the Ridge roundabout, and then they can make a right turn towards the National Theatre side and head towards to the Independence Square. So you can see from your shore over there, they're coming in their number. And what has just gone past us is just about a quarter of the people. I mean, I've been speaking to a good number of them who are okay. Let me just, I think there's a little incident here. Okay, just the people who are showing their placards. A beautiful scene where one of the protesters is there in your song together with over there, and out there he is forced together with the police, and you can see them still coming from the other side, that is the Electoral Commission side, towards the Reach roundabout, still in their numbers. I can tell you, at least so far, there hasn't been any incident whatsoever regarding this. Let me see if I can just get a quick word from the General Secretary of the NDC, Peter Kwesi. Chief, are you satisfied with the number? It's about the energy of the people that is transitioning to run their construction. The numbers are wonderful, but much more than numbers, the quality of the representation. I mean, you are standing right in front of the new Bank of Ghana building, I mean, with the rules that you already agreed with the police, was this a part of it so you could use entrance of the new BoG building, and what's the significance of you using this route? Let's look at the contrast and watch our brother. That was the two movements at play in this country. One that is concerned about the well-being of people, and put up an monument such as this for the house and the well-being of people. What the other one is thinking about how much speaking of the taxpayer money can be done. It can speak of the poverty. All is here just establishment and treat. When you see a government put up a monument of the people, it's just a real contrast that we need in government. One government that will be made up of the establishment and treat how much money they can steal for themselves, while the other is concerned about what we can do for the well-being of the citizens. And now, the contention also is about when you're going to make your own of the BoG. The precinct is a little bit cleaner. Some of your people say they're going to defy it. Is this the position of the party? And also, when we come to this way, deferring to the minority leadership, the party is on the forefront of this organization. So we allow the minority to us to be in the middle of all this conversation. So as the party, we've not, for example, engaged the police ourselves. So we allow them, whatever they decide, we follow. Finally, what next after this? I mean, you got one day ultimatum. Governor Addison and the BTs have not resigned. What makes you think that, I mean, after the process, they are going to get themselves out of office? This is a tragic case. We are not just looking at institutions that become completely corrupted, perverted. We are talking about individuals who have reached levels where conscience is gone. Because you don't need anybody to tell you to resign. I mean, good conscience, some of this scandal is saying that you yourself want to leave. Being responsible for the shocking levels of money printing that we have seen, that's fueling inflation and the suffering of the people, and you still want to hang on there when you obvious that you have, you have subverted that institution yourself. It's a really sad situation. But what I would say is that, I mean, we'll reach that road when we'll cross the bridge when we reach there. So just to make sure we demonstrate. And then after that, we take it after that. 3 times that TP Koto is the General Secretary of the opposition NDC. You can see this short Alasan Kuzini there with Samuel Okudjoko Ablakwa. These demonstrators say that they want to just pick it a little bit in front of the new building so that they can move and head towards the destination goal where they are. So a good number of them are still here. Let me just see. Let me see if I can just engage a few of them on this. So you demonstrated last week or so, and you are here again. Are you satisfied with the numbers that have been pulled here? And for you, what's the significance of standing in front of the new building and during the demonstration? This is the first that I done that we should give hope to the children in the future of the country. A big part of the hope. Honestly, if they tell us that where the Bank of Ghana is currently situated, there's a threat that when there is any earthquake, it's going to affect the building. We have the Supreme Court to defend the Bank of Ghana. Are they also telling us that we should go through the new Supreme Court? We are sick as a country, and we have sick people leading us as a country. I mean, those are quite strong words. Those are strong words that I don't think that was said. So at least if you can withdraw that side for me, I would appreciate it. You can withdraw it, and you withdraw them. We don't think with the right choices for people. I withdraw security. I withdraw leaders who don't think right, and put in leaders who don't care for the people. Are you going to down and watch your children go through pain with hunger, whereas you go and buy a new car. You go and build a new house, whereas your children are falling to go and get the final school fees. It's very sick at the people. And sometimes we hear people say, oh, yeah, MDC projects, and yeah, one project. We are quick to say that. Are they calling for good work? Yes. Are they calling for good government? Yes. So why is it home? We still in the comfort of our homes and we're talking trash. At the end of the day, when it's the right movie to step on the street, everybody becomes quiet. So what next after the demonstration? What is next? At least, we know organizers gave the BoG boss 21 days. It's past. Governor Addison and his deputies have been resigned. What will next after? What will happen is that when the people are too much oppressed, violence is present. And someone gave a prophecy, and this prophecy keeps on revealing itself. And someone said, they are not going to allow us our freedom. They will come back again. And today, we have a U.S. military base in Ghana. From the past, the Chinese are also capitalizing on the security of our leaders. Yes, we are also coming back. So, they will continue to change. Too long denied. Start to look like avocado crop. And I know some standards. We are looking for a gap. They can do it because it's not issue. That's a great problem. And we understand that you organizers would want to fight the police and go towards the headquarters of the DOJ. You know, if we are going to defy the orders of the police, that is something too much to answer. Let me say, the Constitution, we are opposed that not order anybody, because even the Supreme Court, there is an order on the basis of the Constitution, true or not, but the Constitution says the people have the power. When the people want to exercise the power in hand, not even the Supreme Court can stop them. And you should respect that. If you speak at the democratic stage, come on, we should respect the Constitution as the Constitution and treat us. The Constitution says power to the people. Okay. The power is what is being exhibited today. Okay. All right. Let me just see. The leadership of the minority, some of the projects of Black one in yourself there, trying to make efforts to see if he can enter into the construction yard, but he's not been allowed to go in there together with Alassane. He's not being allowed there. But let me just get a quick word from the leadership of the Lawyers for Democracy. He's the chairman, Eric Califo. Eric, you are part of the protest. You're a lawyer. You should have been in court or so by now. Maybe trying to do a case for one of your clients. Why are you here?
Yeah, trying to make some money for myself. But yes, this is very important, a very crucial demonstration. And we want to put everybody in Ghana that all of us are concerned. And whatever is happening, all of us are worried about it. That is why I'm representing lawyers for such a democracy. And I'm representing everybody. I just don't want to come just like anybody. I'm going to come in my field so that everybody will see and know that I'm a lawyer. And we are also important about what is going on. We have heard all the stories about the money that have been created about 77 billion. Ghana just waited for government, and about 48 million just done government anyhow, without recourse to the law and go to the Bank of Ghana. And we are very worried about it. And we think that at the same and then another Pado and the Koreanda and the Baugan, they are working this nation, and Ghanaian youth have to pick up on everything. You can look at the numbers today, that will alone tell us that Ghanaians are very angry. And he is a very wise person, very reasonable, he can just back and go.
So you are lawyers. Doing a demonstration is one of the legal means that people can vent their spleen. Beyond the demonstration, what are you as lawyers advising these people to do?
Well, it is only the government in power, the Attorney General is the only one that can institute legal action against people who are doing wrong in the country. That is our problem. That's the biggest problem. Otherwise, we say that this people want to be prosecuted, but they are never going to prosecute them unless government changes. And so if government doesn't change, they will continue the meetings, and so somebody will prosecute them. And so what we are advising them is that, and we have seen people actually, we have seen people in many countries, the people rose up, and then they were able to defeat government that were in place. And so if they see the action of the people and they see that the people are very defiant, they have to advise themselves because this can escalate. And if it escalates, and the president was talking about democracy, there should be democracy in Africa, there should be democracy, there should not be coup d'etat. But they are acting, they are contact, the kind of thing they are doing, that is what makes people receive us and they want to take their gun and remove them because they are also exploiting the democratic institutions to just perpetrate civilian dictatorship. And the police, I have to talk about the police. The police are not conducting themselves very well. They are just behaving like the electoral commission. The police will allow us and to take the route that we want to take so that we can make the maximum impact. They are not doing that and they are blocking us and redirecting us. They should allow us because.
And your leadership say, I mean, the leadership or the organizers say that, I mean, the message is what is most important, irrespective of the fact that they have denied you access to some of the major roads they use for demonstration. The message is already out there.
Yeah, I'm trying to do this largely that the message has been made, they have made a message. I'm only talking about the conduct of the police. The fact that the message has gone down very well doesn't mean that we are not the police to be conducting themselves. They are being honest. They are behaving themselves as the electoral commission. And we have to speak to them and let them know that we are not going to give them the chance to do it. The electoral commission, they have just finished misbehaving in the limited registration and they are going to do one again next year. And they should look at this count and they don't let them rig this election because everybody has tried to do.
All right, many thanks. That's Eric Califo. He's the chairman for the Lawyers in Search of Democracy. And you can see from his source, the people are seated just in front of the new building. The first batch has gone a bit ahead, but these people are seated here, picketing for want of a better word, just in front of the bank, and they do not want to move and go towards the Independence Square where they are. So, I mean, a huge number behind us there, quite a good number also ahead of us, that's led by the minority leader and the minority chief whip and the Bernard Mona group over there. So this sort of situation is here right at the Ridge Runabout area where the construction of the new Bank of Ghana building is currently ongoing. And directly opposite it, you can also see the Ridge Hospital, the Greater Accra Regional Hospital that the NDC administration constructed, which organizers or the leadership of the minority have been doing a comparison with to the Bank of Ghana building, indicating that this is a prudent expenditure of state resources as compared to what the situation is out there.
Kamala Kluche, thank you so much for bringing us those updates. Kamala Kluche with those updates on the Occupy BoG protest there. Well, the intention or the intent of this protest is to march to the Bank of Ghana. There is heavy security at the headquarters. We'll bring you that story later. But let's take a listen to what the Member of Parliament for North Tongue, Samuel Okudzeto Ablakwa, has been saying earlier also about this demonstration.
Orchestrated the contract and the likes, and nobody was able to provide the responses to that particular question. But you've been able to discover certain things in that regard. What is it that you found out?
Clearly, another manifestation of create, loot, and share. A buccaneer government collaborating with plutocratic entrepreneurs to exploit the Ghanaian people. And the sad aspect of all of this is that this happened during a pandemic, when people were dying, when we had a global public health emergency. And you'll expect that leadership will be compassionate, leadership will be empathetic. All we see from the documents that I have intercepted, and I have only published the first part, which is the offer letter. The offer letter of August 31, 2020, reveals how this whole Frontiers deal was cooked.
Right.
Frontiers did not have the track record. It hurriedly incorporated just 2 months to the reopening of the airport. Remember, the airport was opened on the 1st of September. The content of the offer letter reveals that this was a total giveaway, a very one-sided, skewed deal, where Frontiers was exempted from paying water bills. Frontiers was asked to keep $140 out of the $150 they were charging every passenger, and the whole Republic, Ghana Airport Company, which is a public entity, all of us, we were to have only $10. I mean, you wonder, did they put a gun to the head of Mr. Yakwakwa, who signed it? And when you read the first paragraph of that offer letter, he reveals that the offer letter is subsequent to discussions they had held behind the scenes. The question that arises is, who were those in those meetings? Where did those discussions take place? And why didn't they resort to the public procurement authority? Why is it that our procurement laws were sidelined? The whole Frontiers procurement process, it was a buccaneer company, a plutocratic company with very dubious track record. And you see, if we have visionary leaders, patriotic leaders who care about our country, this is a testing deal that could have gone to Noguchi, for example, or Kolebu Central Laboratory, or the Kumasi Center for Collaborative Research. And what will have happened in the process is that we will have built capacity. Imagine what Noguchi can do with $130 million, which is the profit that Frontiers has made. $130 million could have transformed. It will have transformed Noguchi. And what that transformation will mean is that young researchers will have had jobs to do. Noguchi will have been able to buy new equipment, will have modernized Noguchi. So, on all fronts, if you look at this Frontiers deal, it just shows you that Ghana is being led now by people who are not patriotic, who don't care about our country, who will sacrifice the national interest for just private gain. And that is what is so, sad about this whole deal. I must also add that what we have intercepted also confirms why the Ghana Airport Company Limited has gone that far to conceal these documents from you in the media and from other Ghanaians. I remember Manasseh Azuri filed an ITR request. He was ignored. Joy FM filed. They even had to go to the RTI Commission petition. The Ghana Airport Company was fined. And to think that the Ghana Airport Company Limited didn't mind paying $200,000 just to hide this information from the general public, it should tell you that they themselves are not proud of the deal. Because if the deal had been above board, if it had been in the national interest, if it was not laden with corruption and blatant thievery, they would not have gone to that extent to conceal the information.
This is just part one, a bit detailed. This part one that you've been laying bare for us, based on what you've told us. And I think what will be on the minds of Ghanaians is, if it is this bad, and we have almost a hanged parliament, can we trust the minority to hold this government to some account in relation to these things that it is that you've discovered?
I can assure you that we are not only in the business of doing exposés. We are going to make sure there is action and that people are sanctioned, people are made to face the music. Already we have filed a motion calling for a parliamentary inquiry into this whole Frontiers deal. So be rest assured. You have seen other probes. You saw the Sputnik V probe. You saw the Kanoforiata must go probe. So we have shown in time past that we have the capacity to initiate probes. And I can assure you that colleagues are ready to delve deep into these matters and to make sure that these faceless looters are brought to the fore on live television. They are named and shamed, and they are made to pay for their crimes.
The Heavenway bid is what perhaps I want you to just give us a brief details of. I read the details for myself, and it's a bit murky to the mind of the ordinary Ghanaian. A group or a Heavenway builders, it is that you make the case, being given up to 100 plus.
About 38 acres. Look, let me summarize it. It is a clear case of looting prime lands. The Ghana Airport Company has about 93 acres of land lying for further expansion, lying bare now for further expansion. The Member National Cathedral, acres. Can you believe that? The claim is that they said they will do some road construction and provide some amenities valued at $85 million. Now, nobody knows how they arrived at that $85 million. There is no independent mechanism to check if indeed they will even invest that $85 million. Now, if you look at the going rate, an acre of land at Airport Residential will not cost you less than $4 million. So these heaven builders are walking away with $152 million, smiling all the way to the bank. Clear land grab, land looting. And what even makes matters worse, heaven builders feel so emboldened because of the people behind it. And part two, I'll be revealing the people behind it.
These are non-government individuals?
Don't worry, we'll get there. So they are so bold that they have made a counter offer that 38 acres is not big enough for them. They want 62 acres. Can you believe that? And because of that, the current MD is being threatened with dismissal. And they are insisting that the deal should be hurried through so that they can have 62 acres, which will give them profits in excess of $250 million when they sell those lands. The question is, if the predecessors of these managers at the Ghana Airport Company had engaged in this naked land looting, would any land have been left for even expansion to Terminal 3 where we have now? This is an airport that is growing, that will always need land to expand. And we want to give all away to heaven builders and their cronies in government. So we are saying that, first of all, this whole concept should have been brought to Parliament. Look, Ghana belongs to the people. The airport belongs to the people. Why is it that Parliament was not given this new policy direction so that we will debate it? Because they know that what they are doing, they can't defend it publicly. So they sit secretly behind the scenes, under the cover of darkness, and then they are carving out the lands for themselves. But we are going to scuttle this deal. We are determined to stop it. We are going to make sure that if they are really heaven builders, they should go to heaven. We will not allow a bunch of buccaneer entrepreneurs who are only really waiting for cronies to get into power and then they loot. We owe the next generation. Look, just as our fathers, grandfathers, our forefathers left legacies for us, left assets for us, left resources for us, we owe the next generation. Look, Ghana is being finished. And I agree with MPP stalwarts who are now confessing. You heard Kennedy Japan say that, look, the way they are looting his own colleagues in government, the way they are looting like there's no tomorrow. You have heard Amwakuba, he spoke on your station, TV3, and he said, look, we have stolen everything. You've heard Alan Chamatin say that unscrupulous apparatchiks have hijacked the party and are destroying the country. So enough is enough. That's what we are saying. And this demonstration is to let Akufo-Addo, Bawumia, and all his appointees know that, look, I read come inside. The Ghanaian people are angry. We have absolutely had it now. We will not accept this blatant thievery, this looting, this destruction. I mean, we don't even care about the next generation. What are we leaving for our children? What are we leaving for the young people? Instead of industrializing, instead of showing visionary leadership to alleviate the plight of the people, to bring hope, it's all about personal acquisition, personal amassment of wealth, looting, self-aggrandizement. We cannot continue this way.
Right. Honorable, many thanks. I see Norton MP Samuel Okujeto Ablakwa speaking to us there in extensive interview in relation to two documents that he's made public in the last few days. First, in relation to the Frontiers Healthcare, Frontiers contract, really. They were responsible for the COVID testing at the airport for quite a long time. And then a new one, Heaven Buildway, which he made revelations of as to some acres of land being handed over to a company, amongst other things. But this
route that has been blocked, is this what was agreed by you and the police?
Well, I mean, we know that we are supposed to turn left and go to the Ridge Runabout. So this takes us there, but the road in front of the party office also takes us there. That's why I'm trying to convince them that there's no real difference. So they should let us. That's why you see me going and coming back, trying to convince them that this is more convenient, even for us, because you know that when you take this road, by the time you get to after the party office, it's a very, very narrow. So, but they're insisting that they must pass through in front of their party office. So we need to convince them.
But originally, that was not an arrangement with the Ghana Police Services.
I don't think that we were all very clear on the. We just knew that we would turn left. But as to which junction specifically, I'm not sure we were very clear on it. We knew that we were supposed to turn left from here at the back here and then hit the Ridge Runabout. I know that. But whether this junction or the next junction, honestly, I wasn't involved in those details. So Sami Jemfi was one who was fleshing out the details with them. So let me talk to the people. Let me talk to them.
All right. So that's Mahama Yariga over there. He is trying as much as it is. There appears to be a bit of a standoff. The police will not budge. Before you get to the traffic light that's at the intersection of the NDC headquarters in Adabraka, that is where there's a stalemate, for want of a better word. They are here, they are not moving. And if you look far at the other side, you know, scores of the protesters are also up there, and they don't want to move on. It appears that there's some understanding now, and that they are moving. They just turned to their left, and the protest is continuing unabated, and they are insisting that this is going to be a demand. I mean, some of the things that's on the placards read Akufo-Addo, return the stolen money. Addison must go. We're suffering. Enough is enough. Nurses are suffering. I mean, drop the BoG headquarters now. So much, and the hashtag that Dr. Addison must go, occupy the BoG is still relevant as it is.
And this message is that the governor of the Bank of Ghana must go. We are going to occupy the Bank of Ghana, and that is where our mission should be. Any attempt to block us from going to the Bank of Ghana, probably that is where I can expect the standoff. But where they wanted the standoff to be, I think was needless, and that is why we have to persuade people so that we can continue the rest of the journey. That is why I'm here. But I can tell you that we are in to occupy the Bank of Ghana. Many thanks.
today. They will see. What they did to Chilombi demonstration or demonstrators is not going to happen again. They have seen it. A policeman told me they cannot control this. It's beyond
matter, presumably some people who are in the creative sector and talk about it. Okay, I can see Red Soma who has been for the reality engaged Red Soma quite briefly. And your life on I mean, I hope you speak. Your people, I mean, I think people you speak from the president. I mean, from your own land, would you say that you're satisfied with the numbers that you feel in Ghana? I'm more than satisfied. I'm still ambitious and proud that it's become tremendous. You get a one day, and when you thinking that you are on the street now, you're going to face. Who got hit from the side? What's in that pocket? What is that? It's not to put it on record. That time came, Kufuor, the president, his the finance minister, sacked the Bank of Ghana government. They got together. There are processes. I mean, these are huge things that you are saying. There are processes involved in dealing with these people legally. I mean, you're calling them very hard names. That's do anything legally. If a Bank of Ghana goes beyond the laws, the knowledge of Parliament and print 77.7 billion cities and give it to the government. He has already broken the law, so he doesn't deserve any legality. Many times that is right so much and the Soviet leaders. I mean, if you see the crowd that is behind with this group, there's still another group that is way behind the man. So people involved There are about 4 groups already ahead. Now they've just crossed the reach roundabout section. They are now towards the National Theatre traffic light, where they will just make a turn towards the left to the court, the High Court area, and then they terminate on at the independent.
Clearly, another manifestation of create, loot, and share. A Buccaneer government collaborating with lootocratic entrepreneurs to exploit the Ghanaian people. And the sad aspect of all of this is that this happened during a pandemic, when people were dying, when we had a global public health emergency. And you'll expect that leadership will be compassionate, leadership will be empathetic. All we see from the documents that I have intercepted, and I have only published the first part, which is the offer letter. The offer letter of August 31, 2020 reveals how this whole Frontiers deal was cooked.
Right.
Frontiers did not have the track record. It hurriedly incorporated just 2 months to the opening, the reopening of the airport. Remember, the airport was opened on the 1st of September. The content of the offer letter reveals that this was a total giveaway, a very one-sided, skewed deal, where Frontiers was exempted from paying water bills. Frontiers was asked to keep $140 out of the $150 they were charging every passenger, and the whole Republic, Ghana Airport Company, which is a public entity, all of us, we were to have only $10. I mean, you wonder, did they put a gun to the head of Mr. Yakwakwa, who signed it? And when you read the first paragraph of that offer letter, he reveals that the offer letter is subsequent to discussions they had held behind the scenes. The question that arises is, who were those in those meetings? Where did those discussions take place? And why didn't they resort to the public procurement authority? Why is it that our procurement laws were sidelined? The whole Frontiers procurement process, it was a Buccaneer company, a lootocratic company with very dubious track record. And you see, if we have visionary leaders, patriotic leaders who care about our country, this is a testing deal that could have gone to Noguchi, for example, or Kolebu Central Laboratory, or the Kumasi Center for Collaborative Research. And what will have happened in the process is that we will have built capacity. Imagine what Noguchi can do with $130 million, which is the profit that Frontiers has made. $130 million could have transformed. It will have transformed Noguchi. And what that transformation will mean is that young researchers will have had jobs to do. Noguchi will have been able to buy new equipment, will have modernized Noguchi. So, on all fronts, if you look at this Frontiers deal, it just shows you that Ghana is being led now by people who are not patriotic, who don't care about our country, who will sacrifice the national interest for just private gain. And that is what is so, sad about this whole deal. I must also add that what we have intercepted also confirms why the Ghana Airport Company Limited has gone that far to conceal these documents from you in the media and from other Ghanaians. I remember Manasseh Azuri filed an ITR request. He was ignored. Joy FM filed. They even had to go to the RTI Commission petition. The Ghana Airport Company was fined. And to think that the Ghana Airport Company Limited didn't mind paying $200,000 just to hide this information from the general public, it should tell you that they themselves are not proud of the deal. Because if the deal had been above board, if it had been in the national interest, if it was not laden with corruption and blatant thievery, they would not have gone to that extent to conceal the information.
This is just part one, a bit detailed. This part one that you've been laying bare for us. Is there more based on what you've told us? And I think what will be on the minds of Ghanaians is, if it is this bad, and we have almost a hung parliament, can we trust the minority to hold this government to some account in relation to these things that it is that you've discovered?
I can assure you that we are not only in the business of doing exposés. We are going to make sure there is action and that people are sanctioned, people are made to face the music. Already we have filed a motion calling for a parliamentary inquiry into this whole Frontiers deal. So be rest assured. You have seen other probes. You saw the Sputnik V probe. You saw the Canoforiata must go probe. So we have shown in time past that we have the capacity to initiate probes. And I can assure you that colleagues are ready to delve deep into these matters and to make sure that these faceless looters are brought to the fore on live television. They are named and shamed, and they are made to pay for their crimes.
The Heavenway bid is what perhaps I want you to just give us a brief details of. I read the details for myself, and it's a bit murky to the mind of the ordinary Ghanaian. A group or a Heavenway builders, it is that you make the case, being given up to 100 plus.
About 38 acres. Look, let me summarize it. It is a clear case of looting prime lands. The Ghana Airport Company has about 93 acres of land lying for further expansion, lying bare now for further expansion. The Member National Cathedral, acres. Can you believe that? The claim is that they said they will do some road construction and provide some amenities valued at $85 million. Now, nobody knows how they arrived at that $85 million. There is no independent mechanism to check if indeed they will even invest that $85 million. Now, if you look at the going rate, an acre of land at airport residential will not cost you less than $4 million. So these heaven builders are walking away with $152 million, smiling all the way to the bank. Clear land grab, land looting. And what even makes matters worse, heaven builders feel so emboldened because of the people behind it. And part two, I'll be revealing the people behind it.
These are non-government individuals?
Don't worry, we'll get there. So they are so bold that they have made a counter offer that 38 acres is not big enough for them. They want 62 acres. Can you believe that? And because of that, the current MD is being threatened with dismissal. And they are
the PWD side, they are asking the protesters to use the national side, take their time. Let me speak to Mr. and member of Arise Ghana. Mr. You have been going around organizing today. Well, it has appeared that you had your numbers. One, what are those sitting down on the floor here? How to think now signify for you? What is the essence of sitting on the floor? As a people, we demonstrate our disaffection, the kind of troubles we are going in, our sentiments. We demonstrate it to the people who are governing. Now, we have made a journey from transport all the way to Adabraka to here. Now, we are making a turn towards the court complex. And as you are aware, this is an intersection, a four junction. So you let me speak this out. You used to be a member of the MP. I'm still a member of the NPP, but I am very disgusted about whatever is happening. How bad is the situation? It's so bad that it's affecting our future and it's affecting the future of even the unborn generation. That's why we need to be very concerned as a people. If this is what our forebears, our former presidents did, I'm not sure Akufo-Addo would ever have been interested in becoming president of this country. He has just depleted almost everything to the point that Bank of Ghana can say it's bankrupt. You should understand what the situation is. It's so bad that if we are not careful, we are not able to make a future. He has destroyed this country. And that's why we have to be up in arms with him. Today, we have seen Bawumia's campaign. Everyone knows that Bawumia will not have gotten the money he spent. For Bank of Ghana to come at the very moment Bawumia started his campaign, it should tell you that something has gone wrong. And it's nothing but armed robbery, a broad daylight armed robbery that is happening to the people of this country. What is going to be the end game? I recall that the leadership of this demonstration gave the BoG boss and his deputies 21 days to resign. It's passed. I mean, it's been over a month now. He's not resigned. I mean, after the protest was everyone of us. We know that for whatever he's doing. We don't expect Akufo-Addo to call Addison to order because Addison has not printed the money for spending. Addison printed the money for Akufo-Addo to spend. And Akufo-Addo is also a criminality. And so we don't expect that a syndicate that has been formed will have to be regulated by the person that formed that syndicate. And so we are aware that he will be very careful. He has been incorrigible. He doesn't have the plight of the people at times. He's very insensitive. We know. But the fact is that if we sit and watch him do what he does, and what he is, it has come now to okay. Okay. Listo, amnesty, and he says he's a member of our Ghana, but the protesters have gotten
If the police there today, they will say, what they did to Chilobi demonstration or demonstrators is not going to happen again. They have seen it. A policeman told me they cannot control this. It's beyond them.
Route that has been blocked. Is this what was agreed by you and the police?
Well, I mean, we know that we are supposed to turn left and go to the Ridge Roundabout. So this takes us there, but the road in front of the party office also takes us there. That's why I'm trying to convince them that there's no real difference. So they should let us. That's why you see me going and coming back, trying to convince them that this is more convenient, even for us, because you know that when you take this road, by the time you get to after the party office, it's a very, very narrow. So, but they're insisting that they must pass through in front of their party office. So we need to convince them.
But originally, that was not an arrangement with the Ghana Police Services.
I don't think that we were all very clear on the. We just knew the hotel left, but as to which junction specifically, I'm not sure we were very clear on it. We knew they were supposed to turn left from here at the back here, and then hit the Ridge Roundabout. I know that, but whether this junction or the next junction, honestly, I wasn't involved in those details. So Sami Jenfi was the one who was fleshing out the details with them. So let me talk to the people. Let me talk to them.
All right. So that's Mahama Yariga over there. He is trying as much as it is. There appears to be a bit of a standoff. The police will not budge. Before you get to the traffic lights that's at the intersection of the NDC headquarters in Adabraka, that is where there's a stalemate, for want of a better word. They are here, they are not moving, and if you look far at the other side, you know, scores of the protesters are also up there, and they don't want to move on. It appears that there's some understanding now, and that they are moving. They just turned to their left, and the protest is continuing unabated, and they are insisting that this is going to be a demand. I mean, some of the things that's on the placards read Akufo-Addo, return the stolen money. Addison must go. We're suffering. Enough is enough. Nurses are suffering. I mean, drop the BoG headquarters now. So much, and the hashtag that Dr. Addison must go, occupy the BoG is still relevant as it is.
The message is that the bank, governor of the Bank of Ghana, must go. We are going to occupy the Bank of Ghana, and that is where our mission should be. Any attempt to block us from going to the Bank of Ghana, probably that is where I can expect the standoff. But where they wanted the standoff to be, I think was needless, and that is why we have to persuade people so that we can continue the rest of the journey. That is why I'm here. But I can tell you that we are in to occupy the Bank of Ghana. Very nice.
Demonstration
but yenti say sikana omu yi wa bank one sikana say womu etimi buayensu sikana etimi buayensu yenti amika say etimi buayensu no obi ko yi sika wa bank a obeto nema o de besua me na ma sua na me de akọ bebi a okọ na ma akọ jimi kakra de ahye me koto ba na say sika ni bank ni nipa no ko awanya sika yi obede ato nema ama wa sua enti na nsu ya ba demonstration no bi enti awon kire de e won yesu e ka ho bi
enti sesi anu e dia na wo sise
mi kire na nado ene ne ba won la no o mo hwe ye sika na o mo akoyi afiri o bank no mo na hwe nda so no o mo fa nkotum na ma fo nye sika ye edwuma yesu e benye bi e de asua ye enti na wa sua
sika no nyina ekwas Nanado ne baumia ho enti se ayesu ye ho akire sikaru ni ho enti ye kwaka ye kura ye nya ka ye nsia because of sika ni ho na omo de beto nyama no mo afra ye pa na esu ye kwanya kakradi de hom no
ana baumia so sa atwen tro se obema ye baby paza anta wo baby a wo beda ko na wo nya sika wo koma woni ha enti wo twan tro sa obeda to sort no se obi se ba wo nya se Oni baby accomplish one fa. Oni baby accomplish. Eti ya friend. Ya plan to one here or to one day furniture. One not to catch am up for some. See what say la man no one see what say ya man. Ya push.
Well, this Reverend Sebastian Atalo, founder and the leader of Christ Kingdom Worldwide Ministries. I'm here to be part of the demonstration because I'm a citizen. I'm a pastor, I buy fuel, I buy peppers. If the road is not good and I need to use all the resources that I have on vehicles, then what am I doing? Are you getting it? The roads are very bad, the roads are very bad, the system is very hard, members cannot even see their family members. And things are very difficult in the system in a way that leaders refuse to listen to us. Today we need to protest to it. For His Excellency Nana Adedakwa Akufo-Addo and his ministers and cabinet, for them to know that the citizens, we are in to speak for them. Are you getting me? We are in to speak for them. If the members are suffering, it affects the church, it affects the pastor. Because we sure the country is safe for all of us. Are you getting me? If the youth are
it appears this is the last but one contingent. We still have about two groups that are behind what you can see now. They're now in front of the national. About 3 or 4 groups are already ahead towards the High Court area, where they'll be making a detour towards the Independence Square. They say that they're going to attempt to break the barricade and head towards the Bank of Ghana area. But from what you can see, this course of people have come all the way to vent their spleen, to vent their frustration at what they call a wanton dissipation of state resources. You can see some of the writings in your background. They have been quite resolute. They say that the numbers that they've been able to gather on the street, the people are happy with it. So far, there hasn't been any incident here. We haven't had any incident where the police has even made any arrest, irrespective of the fact that there have been disagreements between them as to the routes that should be used. But yet still, these people are here. Let me see if I can just engage quite briefly these 3 young men. See, why are you part of this demonstration today? Possibly, you should have been at work, isn't it? I'm sure it's not the problem myself. This alone, I would have started home. But we are doing it for Ghanaians. We are doing it for the younger generation. We have a president who doesn't care anymore about Ghanaians. Who is very sensitive to the plight of. We have to use more. Populist. Okay, all right. So these are some of them. I'm going to move away from the sound from the digital talk in this product. But you can see from your talk, all these people, devoting their time the whole day just to be a part of this demonstration. I was trying a short while ago to speak to some elderly women who say, well, it doesn't matter if they leave their wives in the market and come to say they want to be a part of what they describe as street. They want to be a part of what would be, in their own way, a demonstration that is a matter of the demonstration. I'll just a bit to see if it's possible to catch one of those people who are the I mean, in terms of what it looks like, go ahead. I mean, if you see just ahead at the intersection of the traffic light at the ministry, a huge number is just ahead of us over there, and there's still a lot of people behind me around the National Theatre area who are still willing or are still in the queue, for want of a better word, to join the demonstration. All these people say they are angry, and this is the only way by which they'll be able to do this. But so far, like I was saying early on, there hasn't been anything. Let me talk a little bit about the police. I mean, you can see that at every intersection where the crowd gets a bit masked up, the police is always on hand to direct traffic, also to control motor riders and anybody that's using these roads. You can see them heavily armed, fully protected, but there hasn't been any incident. They've been quite cooperative with them. There are vehicles in your shots over there, all of them aiding the protesters to go through the protest peacefully. But, I mean, they're almost at the penultimate of this, and this is where the leaders are saying that they're going to defy the police and there'll be a standoff. So it's just currently at the ministry's police station, the traffic light, while these people are venting their anger, where these people are expressing themselves. Let me just see if I can just get a quick word from this. Okay, so they are not ready to talk, but yes, they are still out there to demonstrate. Let me get a quick word from Tipa Gunu, who is here, is a member of the NDC. Let me get a quick word from you. One, are you satisfied with the number of people who have come onto the streets today to demonstrate?
I mean, we would have wished for more, but what we have is enough. But what we will do is to seek for more of such street protest, so we can call the government to attention, so the government can be more sensitive to our plight. The numbers are encouraging, but we will still want to ask for more people to join us. We'll be very happy for organized labor to join us, because all that we are seeking for is for the interest of all the ordinary Ghanaians.
And what action are you hoping to get from this? We know your 21 days is fine. You haven't gotten anything yet.
Well, we know the Bank of Ghana is as intransigent as the government that appointed him. But we'll keep shouting, we'll keep hammering our point until he listens to us. If you fail to listen and hit to the cause of the people, what will happen to you is a revolt. What will happen to you is something that you will not be able to control. The Bank of Ghana seems to think that we are just making noise, but what we started will not end. We should wait for us.
Many times, people don't know any of us there. Mr. Thompson is also here. A good number of
It looks like the police have mounted yet another barricade, preventing all of the protesters from going ahead to the Kwame Nkrumah Mausoleum area. And so, amongst many things, this unfortunately is looking like the convergence point for all of the demonstrators. Just short to say that perhaps this could be the termination point of this particular protest, but that's what's been like in the last 20 to 30 minutes now. And the leadership of the minority, what we understand is that they have been granted access to go and submit their petition, but the media was not allowed in that particular area. But we know that my colleague Stanley Blewu has been stationed there for quite a while, and so we'll be getting exclusive details with regards to that as well. But that's the current development here, where the police has a barricade here and has been preventing any onward movement towards the Bank of Ghana area and the likes. That's the current situation as we try to make a case to be allowed through the barricade towards the Bank of Ghana area where the minority is to submit a petition to the BoG governor. The media is trying to get themselves to be allowed into the area where the petition is being submitted, but as you can see, it is a difficult task, a really difficult task. A lot of shoving, pushing, and the likes in seeking to be able to get access to the Bank of Ghana area where the petition is being submitted. TV3 will continuing to stream live. Rather chaotic, really, it is. As always is the case for media persons seeking to get information, it is a rather really difficult task as we continue a lot of pushing and shoving, really, to try and make our way through, head towards the Bank of Ghana area, and see to the submission of the petition by the leadership of the minority. TV3, with my cameraman. TV3, please. So we're still trying, a lot of shoving, really, seeking to be able to get access. TV3. And so, after much shoving and pushing, really, now the cameraman has to be allowed inside, and then we can continue the coverage here, where the minority leadership will be seeking to make their way and present the petition. Finally, we've been allowed access inside, where we're still coming to you live from the John Evans Atta Mills Highway area, seeking to get a lot more details. And so that's the police barricade in your shot, essentially preventing the onward onslaught of these protesters towards this place. It's been relatively peaceful, I must say, and it doesn't look as though the demonstrators are seeking to make their way here. The minority leadership is here as well. I've seen Dr. Kesela Tuforsin, the chair of the NDC as well, Mahama Yariga, and the likes, a host of other individuals, Felix Ofosukwache, he's seeking to be a member of parliament as well. They made the point and made it quite strongly that they must be allowed to go submit a petition, and they want Dr. Ernest Addison to come down and receive that petition. It looks like that first hurdle has been crossed. They've been allowed into what has been largely described as a security zone, and so a few deliberations again with the police hierarchy, and then some final groundwork perhaps can be laid bare, and then they can begin to move towards the Bank of Ghana headquarters where their petition can be presented. But it's been a long few hours, 8 hours plus, really, since all of this started, with about 14 minutes to the top of the hour now. We're still live on TV3, live on 3FM, Facebook, TV3 Ghana, and streaming live as well on your DSTV channel 279. It's a lot of form police unit truck, water cannon trucks, all in line towards crowd control, really. But as has been the case, there's not been the need for the use of any of these crowd control equipment as put together by officials of the Ghana Police Service. Across, though, there are different speeches being delivered by the other groupings associated with this protest. Since we came in, we've had Okada Riders Association deliver speeches, Greater Accra Regional executives of the NDC as well take turns to deliver speeches as well. But the deliberations continue from amongst the leadership of the minority and the NDC, really, as they continue to wait in earnest as to what the finalities would be into heading towards the Bank of Ghana headquarters. It's a bit cloudy. Clouds are beginning to gather as well. Not really dark clouds, but it is some dark clouds at this point. And so perhaps the expectation by and large, with all of these gadgets and equipment exposed to the rain, will be that the facilitation process could be done quickly to safeguard a lot of these other electronic gadgets as well. But it's been a peaceful protest all throughout. Bernard Mona, one of the conveners of Arise Ghana, leaning on one of the barricades so far. Perhaps we just pick a few words from him as we continue to await exactly what it is that will be the next line of action from the leadership of the minority. But it's been an eventful day so far. Mr. Mona, we're live on TV3. I see that you're leaning against the railings. It's been a hard few 8 hours plus, almost 9 hours. You've been successful in your insistence that you need to go to the Bank of Ghana and submit a petition.
Yes, we title our protest Occupy Bank of Ghana. And so, is this place the Bank of Ghana? If you come here and you are occupying the intersection of the Kwame Nkrumah Memorial Park and the Tema Station, that is not Bank of Ghana. And so, if the police probably do not understand English, when we say Occupy Bank of Ghana, it doesn't mean the intersection of the Kwame Nkrumah Memorial Park. So, as a compromise, we have said that the governor should come here and receive the petition if they will not allow us to go to the Bank of Ghana. And to the extent that they will not allow us to go to the Bank of Ghana, we are here. Some ones are of the view that leadership should go to the Bank of Ghana, even when we are now being told that the governor is having BP and is on admission at the Bank of Ghana.
What you're being told now? That he's unavailable.
Was not having pressure. When he was building that edifice that we make the comment, he did not have pressure. Protesters asking for him to resign cannot mean that he should have pressure. I have said that we should go to the Bank of Ghana Hospital to see whether indeed he is on admission. And if he's on admission, we'll wait. When he gets out of admission, hospitalization, we'll deliver our petition. Our petition will not be given to anybody aside the governor.
That's the point that you're making. Interesting that you made, but many thanks, so you can get yourself some water as well. So yes, and so the national anthem as well is ongoing, and so you saw Bernard Mona in attention position, meant that we as well, in respect of the national anthem as well, in attention position as well, in respect of the national anthem. But Bernard Mona has been explaining that when they got here, they've been told that the governor of the central bank, Dr. Ernest Hardison, is not available, and that he's got a case of high blood pressure. That's according to him. Hence, has been taken to the Bank of Ghana hospital, and so they have been asked that somebody comes to receive their petition. But like you heard him say, they say he is of the opinion that perhaps they go towards the Bank of Ghana hospital and check if the governor is there and have the petition delivered himself. And so that appears to be what it is that's happening. It looks like the insistence from what we're being told now to have the central bank governor come down, receive the petition, is likely not to come off. There are deliberations as to whether or not the minority should be allowed to make the walk towards the Bank of Ghana area, or they wait here for the delegation to come towards them. But that's the situation now as we continue to wait really for a lot of the showdown really in terms of what next is expected at this particular point. And the deliberations is continuing thick and fast between the leadership of the minority, and Sammy Jemfi is going to be addressing shortly. Let's take a listen to exactly what it is he's going to be saying.
We've waited for Ms. Governor Addison enough. He says he's not coming, and so we'll be led by the minority leader and his leadership. The national chairman of the NDC is here. The PNC is represented by their former national chairman, and the women organizer, Kope Ghana, Dankaramwa is here. Arise Ghana is here. We are all going to go there, demand to see the governor, present our petition, and come back to address the crowd. So you can move with us. Thank you.
Okay, so you just have. So that's the announcement by the National Communications Officer of the NDC, Sammy Jemfi, that they've waited long enough. The governor of the central bank has not come, and so they are going to move now to the headquarters of the Bank of Ghana, where they will seek to present their petition, and then they'll make their way back for addresses to follow. But there continues to be the live coverage here of the Occupy Bank of Ghana protests. A lot of individuals as well, the minority leadership, staging walks, quite quick walks really, that's currently ongoing. They are in some swift walk, I must say. This is not brisk. It is a walk that is demanding that a lot of the journalists have to do a few jogs to be able to get complete access to the leadership as they continue in their way towards the Bank of Ghana headquarters. And so they say they are going for the Ms. Governor as he's been described by Sammy Jemfi, and then they'll be able to address him and present their petition as well. And so perhaps we want to speak a bit to Boku Central MP as well, Mahama Ayariga, for a few words. He issued a statement yesterday. We got the indication as well that he had petitioned the office of the special prosecutor as well in relation to the ongoing construction of the what the Bank of Ghana says is a $222 million new edifice, really, as the leadership of the minority and the NDC, the PNC, Kope Ghana, and other groupings continue to take really slow walks towards the headquarters of the Bank of Ghana. I'm going to try, Honorable Ayariga, many thanks. You're live on TV3. My colleague had spoken to you earlier, but now it appears you're making quite brisk walks to the headquarters of the Bank of Ghana. You had waited for Dr. Addison. It appears he didn't turn up.
Yeah, so the police rather told us that they would prefer that we go there to give him the petition. So we're going there to see if he's there so that we'll give him the petition.
Have you got an indication that perhaps he might not be at the office?
We don't know. We are with you. When we get there, we'll be able to tell whether he's there or not. We are with you.
You're with us?
Yeah, we have been with you throughout, so we'll know whether he's there or not. So we just have to get there, and then we'll be able to tell if he's there.
Yesterday you issued a statement where it was a response of some sort to the central bank based off that RTI demand for details in relation to the new head office building and the likes. You've described the responses and as unsatisfactory, and that you're going to pursue the central bank governor until it is the case that he makes all of these details public. Is it the case that the national security defense that has been offered is not good enough? Because already this place has been described as a national security zone.
It's definitely not good enough. So I believe that if we get to the Special Prosecutor's Office, there will be a need for him to produce those documents for us to examine them and then be able to assess the pricing. See, the issue is that you have a project that you say is about 100,000 square meters, and you're giving us a price per square meter. And then the figures just are inconsistent. There was a variation of, 36%, and then, but there was a price variation of, 84%. So it doesn't make sense. Also, I'm saying, look, give us your bill of quantities and then the scope of work, and let's see how it is that the price has jumped from, to 84% when you yourself said you had changed the scope of works by only 36%. And then they say, the bank is a national security installation, so they cannot give us the bill. But maybe if we get to the Office of Social Prosecutor, you'll be forced to produce the documents for us to examine them at that stage. So for me, it is pursuant to my quest to get to the bottom of the matter. I don't have any ill will towards anybody. But as a country, we need to start holding each other accountable. That's all that I'm seeking to achieve.
We got an indication today that you have already submitted that petition to the Office of the Special Prosecutor.
No, I've responded to the governor and told the governor I will be sending it. But I'm now going to, after this demonstration, as a caucus, we'll sit down and then we'll formulate our complaint. It's a complaint, it's a criminal complaint. When you suspect that somebody has committed an offense, a crime, you make a complaint. So that's what it is. It's a criminal complaint that we're making to the Special Prosecutor.
Many thanks. I'm sure we'll meet up ahead again shortly. That's the Boku Central MP Mahama Ayariga speaking to us. There says that after this protest, the caucus is going to come together. Then they will file that official complaint, raising concerns about cost variations, amongst other things, in relation to the new head office of the Bank of Ghana. We're going to what is the current head office after they waited for quite a while for the central bank governor to make his way to them to receive their petition. But unfortunately, that was not the case. He didn't come close. Hence, they are having to move towards the central bank head office now. And you continue to see that they move in droves. There's a lot of police presence as well, journalists in their numbers as well, trying to keep at pace with them. And the leadership of the NDC and the minority are trying to create as much pace and take their time, because this, according to them, is not a process that should be done in a hurry. They want to take as much time as possible, and so they say, give us way, give us room. Let us walk at our own pace. Let us take the steps as we want to, and not being directed by what has been a fast-paced movement by the police, the media, who've been in a hurry to see what really the end result of that is going to be. But that's, by and large, what it is, and they're beginning to chant, we are going. And we'll try and get some of those chants for you as well. But that's the leadership of the NDC, the minority, civil society groups, and others who continue to make their slow pace walk in absolutely no hurry at all, headed towards the headquarters of the Bank of Ghana. Well, really in the precinct, the surroundings, the environs, like some would like to call it, of the Bank of Ghana, really, and it's well barricaded. The police now are the only individuals being allowed into the place. It remains to be seen if the media will also be granted that kind of access as well. But there are officials already of the central bank who are waiting, handshakes being offered to the leadership of the police as well. But there is some leadership of the central bank who are waiting at the premises here in weight of the minority leadership. But this is the central bank. This is the Bank of Ghana. This is the place which has become the bone and subject of contention as to whether or not they will end up here. The minority leadership and the NDC leadership, from all indications, have been allowed into the frontage of the central bank. There's a cross-section of persons already here who are to be allowed access into the place, and so there's a request for space to be made for the leadership as well to make their way towards this particular spot, and then they'll walk in, and this is still the live coverage. It's not the termination of the protest yet, but it feels like this is the highlight of it all throughout today. Our staff of the central bank who are watching from afar as well, watching keenly exactly what it is that's going to happen as the NDC minority, civil society and the likes stroll in gently to present their petition to the leadership of the central bank. We're going to go now and just take the live details as it comes through now from the minority leadership, and then we get a bit more details. So a bit of pushing and shoving to create space, really, which is the case right now. We're asking that they open up the create space, and then we'll have to hand over the microphones because there cannot be media commentaries at about this particular area. And so, yes, that's the development now.
What you see here is an amalgamation of Ghanaians from all walks of life. And we are being led by the minority caucus in Parliament, made up of 137 members of Parliament. And they are here representing their constituents. This group you see here, like I said, is an amalgamation of Ghanaians from all walks of life. We have the Okada Association of Ghana here represented. We have our Kayaye Association in Accra. We have the Fishermen and Fishmongers Association. We have our Concerned Drivers Union, they are here. We have Arise Ghana represented here. We have COPEC Ghana. We have ASEPA. We have the PNC. We have leading members of the CPP. We have leading members of the APC, leading members of GUM, and we have leading members of the Great National Democratic Congress. And as you can see, the National Democratic Congress team is also being led by our national chairman, Honorable Johnson Asiedu Nketia. Today we embarked on a demonstration dubbed Occupy Bank of Ghana. But before we tell you why we are here and present our petition to you and make our demands, we also like to know you so that we know those we are speaking to, because we don't know you. We're expecting to see Dr. Ernest Addison. Unfortunately, we can't see him here, so we would like to know those of you who are here.
My name is Wing Commander Director, Security, Bank of Ghana. Let me first welcome you to the President, Kwame Asarwati, Wing Commander Kwame Asarwati, retired. Let me first welcome you to the presence of Bank of Ghana and also congratulate you over the peaceful demonstration you have had today. Like you indicated, we've heard that you'll be coming to present a petition to the governor.
Please, can we get your name and position again?
Wing Commander Kwame Asarwati, retired, Director, Security, Bank of, I'm retired, and also a council like you, please. So, like I said earlier, we want to congratulate you for the peaceful demonstration that you have conducted today. We were informed that you'll be coming to present the petition to the governor. But the three governors, as we speak, are currently
meeting the IMF and in a meeting, and there's nobody there. So the government has asked that I meet you and take the petition on his behalf, and will accordingly respond to the petition. Thank you.
All right, so the minority leader will respond. Okay.
So first, let me say that I feel very disrespected as the leader of the opposition in Parliament, for a simple reason that we demanded to present a petition to the governor of the Central Bank of the Republic of Ghana, otherwise known as the Bank of Ghana. The governor has 2 deputies, namely Deputy 1 and Deputy 2. Unfortunately, he has decided to disrespect us, and his 2 deputies has also decided to disrespect us by not being here and to receive our petition. We never said we are going to present our petition to the head of security or someone responsible for security, with all due respect. They have actually mismanaged the affairs of the central bank. They have mismanaged the affairs of monetary policy. Today, Ghana, our beloved country, is on 80 nails. You are not the one responsible, and we will not give you our petition. Let me also say that, in summary, this governor and this Bank of Ghana, led by Governor Addison, has unilaterally printed up to 80 billion Ghana cedis in 2 years without recourse to Parliament. Aside, they have unilaterally written off about 48 billion Ghana cedis being government debt. Parliamentary approval. Let me say that all of this was done without parliamentary approval. But let the governor be aware that, in fact, printing of money is like an alcoholism. The good effect, or the perceived good effect, comes immediately, but the hangover comes after the party. Governor Addison printed money to finance the champagne lifestyle of this President Akufo-Addo and Bawumia lifestyle on an appetition budget. Today, our country is on 8 nails. The Bank of Ghana is we will not accept it. The Central Bank of Ghana today is bankrupt technically. You are insolvent. You have a negative equity of 55.1 billion Ghana cedis and a loss 1 year of 60 billion Ghana cedis. You have again projected to incur additional debt in the year 2023 and counting. We will not allow you going forward to disrespect us and mismanage the affairs of the people of Ghana. Your act, Bank of Ghana, has indeed pushed 850,000 Ghanaians down the poverty line. We will hold you accountable, particularly the governor. We are demanding his exit. And now that he has decided to disrespect us, we will not present our petition. We will go and come back again. We will come back here again. And we will come back and demand to see him in person. The crowd you've seen is just the beginning. We will come back again. And I assure you, trust me, we will come back again. He should better come in here. If he thinks that the IMF is more important than the Parliament of Ghana, if he thinks that the IMF is more important than the people of Ghana, he's here because of the people of Ghana and not IMF. So let him deal with IMF, but we'll come after him. We will come after him. Until we see him, we are not stopping. This is just the beginning. A lot more will come.
So, on that note, we mean no disrespect, but we thank you very much. But we'll be protesting again, and we hope that we will be meeting him. Until we see him, we will not stop occupying the Bank of Ghana.
And so those are just live details now, really stating quite clearly the minority's position that they will not submit the petition to these individuals, and that they will return and be protesting again because the central bank governor did not turn up, and that the head of security was the one who came And because there's a meeting with the IMF,
we will come here. We will continue coming here. It's as simple as that.
And so perhaps we'll speak to BoG. Quite poignant points made by
impudence, disrespect.
Dr. Kesela Tuforsin. Honorable Mutala, you're describing it as impudence, disrespect.
Impudence, absolute impudence. The petition was meant to be presented to the governor of Bank of Ghana. For him to disrespect the whole parliament and the people of this country is completely unacceptable. So we didn't come here to present a petition to any director for security. We came to present the petition to the governor of Bank of Ghana, the one who has messed the management of finances as far as the Bank of Ghana is concerned, the one who has spent 32 million Ghana cedis on communication, spent about 287 million Ghana cedis, including $2 million, in buying watches, gold watches, for so-called retirees of Bank of Ghana. He was the one we're coming to present the petition to. So we will go and come back. We'll come back in a form that will be unfathomable. The numbers you've seen today is just the tip of an iceberg. It's the tip of an iceberg. We will not stop this demonstration until Governor Addison respects the people of this country.
That's the Honorable Mutala, obviously not enthused with regards the decision by the central bank to present or dispatch really the head of security towards them to receive the petition on behalf of the central bank governor. That's the concern, and they say they find it disrespectful. They're going to leave and return again until it is the central bank governor who receives a petition on their behalf. So that's the Bank of Ghana really. They made their way here seeking to be able to present that petition. Unfortunately, the head of security was the one who was dispatched to meet them, something that they find a tad bit disrespectful. Hence, they say they are going to be returning to the premises of the Bank of Ghana. They are going back to address the waiting crowd, really, and it will be interesting what the message is going to be. But it's been a long, hard day, one where the minority were insistent all throughout the day in coming to the headquarters of the Bank of Ghana. After a long back and forth as to whether or not that was going to be a possibility and the likes, it was a case that the police allowed them in. They were initially allowed, afterwards the barricade around the Supreme Court and the Circuit Court area. And after a while in wait, it was a case that the central bank governor was not coming. At one point in time, we were told a tale of him being at the hospital, and now the narrative that we're getting is that he is attending to a meeting by the staff of the International Monetary Fund, hence cannot be present to receive the petition. One that the minority finds disrespectful. And just in your short, really, is a traffic situation that has built up all throughout the day as a result of the protest today. It's continued all across every part where these demonstrators have been to. It doesn't look like it's going to be abated anytime soon, because just around the court complex, the Supreme Court complex area, the place has been barricaded, and so it is inaccessible to traffic, and vehicles cannot move towards that particular area. We're going to be moving now and head towards the barricaded area where speeches are expected, and then we'll hear from the minority leadership again, who are going to be addressing the large crowd who was split into about 3 to 4 groups and have been slowly making their way towards this place. But a bit more of some context for you in terms of everything that's been happening and what's been said. And so the head of security at the Bank of Ghana stated that the governor is meeting personnel or staff from the International Monetary Fund. Long wind. I was did how it is that we've arrived here. COVID, Russia-Ukraine war, difficulties of the Ghanaian economy and the likes, resulting in the Bank of Ghana having to provide liquidity support for the government. That's been the argument by and large. They've been providing liquidity support in excess of over 50 billion cedis. The minority has continued to express the outrage that that is a breach of the Bank of Ghana Act and that it should have come to Parliament for approval. That appears not to have been the case, and so that's been the bane of the argument. Now, out of all of those things, despite the Bank of Ghana making all of this liquidity support available to the central bank, to the central government, I should say, that did not stop the country's economy from continuing to plunge downwards, resulting in the need for a $3 billion extended credit facility from the International Monetary Fund. When the IMF came through, they stated amongst many things that, hey, Ghana, your debts are quite high. It's well above GDP, well over 100% in terms of GDP, and so you have to be doing something in relation to the debt situation that you have as a country, which resulted in haircuts to the Bank of Ghana because they had printed in excess of some 55 billion cedis to the central government as bonds. But when the IMF came in as a result of the difficulties within the Ghanaian economy, they have been forced to, amongst many things, receive haircuts on these bonds that they made available to government, which then resulted in the chunk of the 45 billion cedis haircut or debts to the central government, which was written off by the Bank of Ghana, which has fed into this over 60 billion cedis in losses which was posted by the central bank, which has resulted now into the anger of the minority who are on the streets, and they are here today to meet the central bank governor to express their misgivings over all of that. And then it turns out that the governor of the central bank is going to meet the IMF. And so it's a crazy spiral and effect of one decision after the other affecting what it is that's supposed to be happening today, where the expectation that they would have met the central bank governor, he is in some negotiations with staff of the International Monetary Fund, which is what we're told now. We're going to go off in just 2 minutes, return shortly, try and fix just a little technical challenge as well. But this is still the Bank of Ghana Occupy BoG protest. Occupy Bank of Ghana protest. But we're streaming live on Facebook, streaming live on TV3 Ghana on Facebook, I should mention, and on the various social media handles as well as DSTV channel 279, live on 3FM 92.7 as well. And so I mentioned that we're going to be providing shots for you. This is still the Occupy BoG protest, where the speeches are to be expected now from the leadership of the minority, amongst other things.
What did they change?
It continues to be the case that they are waiting what next should be, what next, which is speeches to be delivered by the leadership of the minority. Sam George as well is here. I've seen Okujeto Ablakwa as well, the leadership of the minority. They are back to where they all began at, and perhaps we'll get a few words as well from the chair of the NDC, who's been speaking to the media as well. Sam Nate George is Member of Parliament for Ningo Pram. Honorable, you had tried your possible best. You were given the opportunity to head towards the Bank of Ghana head office, but unfortunately, you weren't able to meet Dr. Ernest Addison.
Yes, it's not surprising. Ernest Addison is a coward. And we had stated earlier on that we were sure he won't show up. Because, I mean, for 7 years, I've been on the Public Accounts Committee. The Public Accounts Committee invites the Bank of Ghana at least twice a year. He's appeared only 3 times in 7 years, so it's not strange. But I mean, it's the height of disrespect that we will come here and he will send the watchman at the Bank of Ghana to come and receive the petition. Okay, the watchman should come to Parliament as well. When next he needs anything from Parliament, he should send a watchman, because we won't have time for him as well. But we will be back. He has given us an impetus to come back, so we'll be back. We'll give the police a few days to rest, and then we'll come back again.
That's the Honorable Sam George speaking there, and we'll try and perhaps just pick few words from the chair of the NDC as well, speaking to the media, and get a few words from him as well.
And then he will pay for it one day.
Okay, thank you for talking to him. That's the chair of the NDC chair. You've been speaking quite extensively. You are seeking to, amongst many things, they are being ushered out of the barricaded area. We'll try after they make their way out, perhaps to get a few words from from the chair, who's so that's the chair of the NDC as they're trying to make their way out of the barricaded area, following the lack of a show of the central bank governor, Dr. Ernest Addison. And it continues to be the Occupy BoG protest, where they're headed now, from all intents and purposes, perhaps to the Independence Square, where the protest will be terminated at, or making our way again through the barricaded area, seeking to get access to the leadership of the NDC as well, where they'll be expected to deliver some speeches as well in relation to exactly what it is that has been happening. But that is the situation for a lot of the party security have taken over now, and we're going to try and just move a bit where they are headed towards is taking place. They are moving now towards the podium. General, just briefly, your general thoughts as to everything that we've seen today. Live on TV3, just a few words, please.
MPs speak. It's their day. I don't want to.
Right, so the general says he would rather have the Member of Parliament speak. And so they are going to be delivering a handful of speeches from here, and then perhaps they will be terminating from this place as well. But this is still the Occupy BoG protest. I've seen quite a number of the media persons unable to stand on their feet still, because it's been a hard few hours walking through the principal streets of the capital. The expectation is that some addresses will come through, and then we can bring to a close. We can bring to a close the planned protest.
It is unprecedented.
And so
And this is the signal we are sending.
We're just going to be... We're just going to be picking the live speeches now from here as the leadership address the supporters.
Come on!
UTV. Oh, UTV. It's our station. UTV. Oh, Omia is our station. Media General is our station. Media General is our station. This is Media General.
Joboy, where the country has gotten to, sitting on the fence is not an option. This is not what the government promised us. This is not what they told us. They present a different budget to Parliament, and then they go to Bank of Ghana and print money and share the money. Then at the end of the day, they come to you and say you should pay taxes. As I speak with you, Amazon kind operators have closed their shops because GRA is harassing them. Companies are collapsing. The Bank of Ghana decided to print money to finance 5 to 7 people to chop. The money has been found under Cecilia Dapa's bed. Do you have some of the money? Do you have some of the money? What are we telling this government? We're not going to sit down, make them continue to loot anymore. So from this day, sitting on the fence is not and will not be an option. Whatever civil action that you and I must take to stop this family and friends government from looting the resources, your current and your future, we need to stop them. As I speak with you, the entire petroleum importation for 2022 was 48 billion, which meant that if you didn't even pay for petrol, 1 peso, if we were driving free, all that Ghana would have incurred would have been 48 billion. How much has Bank of Ghana printed for 6 people to job? 60, 70, 80 billion. But sitting on the fence is not an option, and I believe that other civil society organizations will not continue to be on the fence. Now, when you write, they don't read. When you don't talk, they don't hear. So we'll jump on the streets. Today, Bank of Ghana, I'm told, by 2 o'clock, 12, they have all closed. Busy, productive working hour. We shall be back as the leadership has indicated. We will be back. I'll leave you. Bye.
Thank you very much. We take a short one from Mr. Nana Poku. MPP family member, MPP loyalist, and disappointed MPP member.
I don't think I know from Papa Coffee was moving him and to make him to them, sir. And now I go for the baby as he can hold up on the other feet. Many sir, down the floor, and my young boy, my heart on the street. I didn't do for those people who I don't know. Now, I took to bottom with the Namana and South, as a bottom, also the bottom. I took to be close right here now. I put forward of the Nicola Brem and the success of Okoro. I didn't me, Bantam Fono, and we go headquarters. Someone to do. Now, I'm not going to be young. say no. No, what you yet for? Every barrel. Obi edi say you to no. Enti every barrel wa mo ka dia kan so. Na me fuma no si. Thank you. We'll take a short one from the Freeze the Country. Short one.
Freeze the country for we are hypocrites.
Joboy! Akokraponi! Usuma Segana Maeshe! Akokraponi! Usuma Segana Maeshe! Akokraponi!
Hold me.
You know, Ghanaians were arrested by Buffalo police. What for the mass distraction? Against the University of Ghana. We're about to peaceful demonstration. This government of criminal scientists, this government has sanctioned destiny. This government has plundered what we into perpetual poverty. This government that came to loot, create loot, and completely sold the entire destiny of this country. So therefore, I'm calling on the Holy Father, Pope Francis, to ask the entire against the wicked government. The leader of the president should be Archbishop Amapopo. He should lead in the front. Those leaders at the back should be Bishop Asari, Bishop John Louis. The Jama leader should be my own parish priest, Emmanuel Salifu, together with his sisters. They should lead the Jama group. It appears the Christian Council. All of them have all sold their destiny. Akufo-Addo have no respect for them. The only body that Akufo-Addo has respect for is the Catholic Church. Therefore, the Holy Father, all your bishops today are looting us. They call themselves Christian pastors. They loot us. Against this wicked regime. In our country, we cannot preach fresh air. The looting is too much. These guys have sold the destiny of this country. The only thing remains is for them to put Ghana for sale. Therefore, guys, we are not going to relent. December, we are shutting down the entire street like what we did on Saturday. For you, Ghana police, we are doing this thing for you guys. We are not your enemies. My father is a retired police officer. Thank you. I have lived in the barracks. I know the problem state of the barracks. Most of you have turned yourself into party police. Ghana first before any political party. We are not your enemies. We are hitting the electoral commission. James, you have no right to defranchise any Ghanaian. You have already created the losing. You have already created the stealing of our vote by this useless limited registration registration you are doing. James, we are coming to the easy. We are coming to the easy. Ghana does not belong to Akufo-Addo. This country does not belong to the Emmanuel to be printing currency. Guys, God bless you. God bless you.
Bernard Mona, former national chairman, PSC.
Demonstration wizard.
Chairman,
Today they will not sleep. Today they will not sleep.
First, let me thank the minority led by Dr. Atosesiel for a solid display when we got to the premises of the Bank of Ghana. Help me to clap for him. The display today at the Bank of Ghana has brought the fact that we have a strong leader that can lead us into the battlefront. All of you know that it is not common for me to praise particularly the leaders. But for me to do so at this time is significant because we promised you that the governor of the Bank of Ghana must come here to receive our petition. Along the line, they started telling lies. Why? They told a lie that the governor was sick. The minority leader said, we must go to the bank to confirm. When we got to the bank, we were met by some people. The communication officer of the NDC demanded to know their identity. The leader of that group was a retired Wing commander who is the director of security. In effect, he is the watchman of the Bank of Ghana. They sent the watchman of the Bank of Ghana to come and receive the petition on behalf of the governor. That is where my praise for Dr. Atokesiel Forcing Council. He told them that we will not present the petition to any watchman. We will present the petition to a governor. And since the governor is not there today, we will go. We will come back. Will we come back? Will we come back? So the petition has not been presented. We want to assure the governor that he better resign before we come back the next time. Because next time, and Ghana Police Service, listen to me. We are not going to stop here. And you will not stop us here. Next time, we will occupy the Bank of Ghana properly. If the governor of the Bank of Ghana knows what is good for him, tomorrow, they should announce his resignation. Because this is just the beginning. But as I step down, let me use this moment to commend the police. I saw a number of their commissioners. I saw Commissioner Yohunu. I saw the Director General Suraj Mohammed. I saw Habibata. I want to salute them for what they have done today. If this is the way they will do policing, they will be the friends of our nation. Anytime they want to prove that they are a force, no force is bigger than the people's power. And as I said somewhere, any policeman that decides to beat a protester, we will identify your children and beat them. We will no longer accept the people from foreigners in the exercise of our democratic rights. If you choose to beat us, we will choose to beat your children. And so, let us run this democracy in the best interest of our nation. Addison must resign. That is our simple message. God bless our homeland Ghana and bless each and every one of you. Thank you.
Let's do it better and welcome the National Communication Officer. Salute.
Organizers of this demonstration, near the accident PSA and Mamo. Yeah, demonstration, baby. But demonstration, wait here. Demonstration, wait here. Demonstration, wait here. Demonstration, wait here. We salute you for your patriotism. We salute you for your discipline. Baby, a police for a block here. None of them, and I was saying, Nanso anam se ye gym ready. Na yem pasagana basa benti. Ye jina ha e man penifo for Bank of Ghana. And we thank you for your cooperation. We thank you for conducting yourself well. And we thank you for listening to us. We salute all of you for the patriotism. Yadan and D and Ezu. Joboy. I was there the entire demonstration is very, very simple. And I believe the message has been sent loud and clear. Ghana for ye bread do ananebo and then because in only 2 years, with Governor we just got 770 trillion. And at the amount 770 trillion.
So why would you write just call him and tell him that the guy call him?
And then you are.
So that's it. I mean, he's not serious about it.
Nana show boy story. No what chata we am saying. Private jet at the fair. No Mr. Wabloni. Will we continue to allow that? Will we continue to allow that? And then I go forward with this casa. Or the Yamidi with this car. They said you also see us on the Yamame. People my child. On Yankopon. Wakacha go forward with the Baby. They have spent in total over 1 billion Ghana cedis. It is 10 trillion on the so-called evil cathedral. Foundation for going to the two. And then we go to the I'm like a caca the wall. In future, it becomes the biggest swimming pool in the world. And on the area now, all the to me, as the Ghana for him over the Dosawakai. Yet is the so day. Yet is the so day. We are here now. As yet to Abaya, Yapabano. Now, Obaya 1 day straight.
And then one day said one factory, you know. And then one junction, one ball. So we are saying enough is enough. Akufuado, Julo Pakwe, Sikadielo, Ayaye, Baomia, Julo Pakwe, Sikadielo, Ayaye. On that note, Asana Nashacha Madakasano, Papa Biba Bekasa, Papa Weye Ipa. Ghana is the leader of the opposition in the August House of Parliament. As you may be aware, this demonstration is being led by the gallant 137 members of Parliament. Let us clap for them. DJ no, and a national anthem. President Akufuado, why appoint Papebi, why are the governor of the Bank of Ghana, Papan Ofreno, Governor Addison, the printer. Papa, the deputies in again, Ofreno deputy printers. I want the of Ghana home. 2017, over the year, in paying for the Bank of Ghana. From 2017, even about 2023, systematically, I say, Oman Ghana with President Akufuado. But you can, about the year government, in Osho Wenima, to a party, let's say, Nyan That's our bank, savings and loans in a microfinance. Well, banks, the microfinance, the savings and loans of Coco 426. Nimpala, where you must say, up to 50,000. The month of fee, and then the bank manager, now I am taxi driver. Until how can say in order to from her. Bank managers in Kano from the Uber drivers this year. Papa, we enjoy what 2019. I am a for pen in our top printing machine on the machine, Bank of Ghana. You are starting to read Kesikan until our President Akufuado. Until February, we Kesikan 770 trillion. Where can you come and the printing machine in ink in Wasa? So you are the panel about a photocopy machine. No one poor, while I can photocopy, and I'm a president of you. Papi, on the Ghana for Sika, okay, Ninti. There is a Swinty. There was Sikabia getting to home. Our friend international reserves. There is a can, Diadi in there. There was somebody. Money man, yet you be what pro you. If you need a driller, your manufacturer be what I'm a yala, your coffee baby, your daba. If you are ordinary petrol, yadu we are calling Yadoko, the same oil refinery, President Akufuado Webu. There is a can of the CPA on the 6.3 billion Kennedy in Japan, our parliament. Also, MPP ban on the one side of the in the warrior. When we are second cities, no one stand the dollars, no one don't approach, no they put small. Many are known, them Sasunti, Yen City no Ordeno, one before. Only see Incano and Zaneka, one craft Abuchira Eton, 5 cities, and one 12 cities. On the house from Go and Albagana, many are known. Papa and Yabade, you demand there in blood to know I don't see. Siko printing now on the man, President Ekufuor and Nabai. And can't get a large Baunia, don't find Yenzama on Sanfata. No color will be there. Sikano printing. If you are young, you say, is Sicilia, the Pa, or Korea, what about Emma, oh yeah, the house have so all kinds of fire. Yeah, we are mobile. They have been putting on Ghana for us there. And then your body, you have a share of Anderson. You're quite the way one. Governor Anderson, way one. Obviously, no, you're in the hospital. Obviously, no, only share IMF. Now you're better, you're carrying there. So you're in the hospital. So IMF, only share no. Yes, my God, you take until they have a petition, young for Mubiara. You're quite a walk out of Papadi. Also, I know what you man photo. It will bank. So, if you want your man to do, try to disagree to do. And I don't have something to the night. So, can you disagree to once about car? And can you have a Ministry of Interior, another Ministry of Defense, another National Security? Yabahade Yabaka, the Pana Bank of Ghana. What's it of house from Komana Ghana? Since America say, we bought 850,000. Governor is in the Banity, but we have a put home or Grimo. Many I know, if you don't crowd, we will be the mass and sign home. Papa Addison, no, why yet? You have some money there. You have some to your baby. You have some to your baby. And until we see him, this protest will not cease. Come on. Why are you ready now? Why are you ready now? Yes, country of Governor Addison. There's one penny one summer of an demand to war or Janapa. And yet the man or Janapa and Tenenka. Yabako meeting you, may you debate for Raba. I understand the other. Come on. Another winner ready. Another winner ready. I am ready. We are doing it for the people of Ghana. We are not doing it for individuals. We are doing it for the entire country. The future of our country is at stake. Abadi has taken us for granted. One thing that is missing in President Ekufuor's government is accountability. We will hold their feet to the fire of accountability. The NDC minority promises and assures the people of Ghana that 1 year, 3 months remaining, we will hold this government accountable. And mature, and I do, in so, a real, we will do just that. Let me show you now. Thank you, leader of the Malkutu group. We now move to the General Secretary of the NDC. The General Secretary. Short one, then the Chairman will crown it. Honorable Fifi Fiabi. I want to thank the organizers, the minority leadership, together with the minority caucus, all the other political parties that have made this day a possibility. What you saw happen with Governor Addison is unfortunately where this country has come, where we no more have leaders who have courage
to be able to face the truth. And they choose to run away when the moment comes for them to face accountability. In exactly a year and 3 months, the people of Ghana will have the opportunity to make sure that this government that only has shown that the only thing they can do is to show selfishness, greed, this government must give way for the sake of the future of our country.
Thank you.
As the minority leader said, this battle is not for you, it's not for me, it's for the children of Ghana. It's for the generations that are behind us to ensure that this governance that we see in the last 7 years, we no more have a repeat of this kind of government. This country is at a point where it takes a lot of patience to keep the governance as we have it. We should be thankful to God that we have a responsible opposition, a responsible leadership of the opposition that has ensured that this country has not descended to the level where other countries all over West Africa and other parts of Africa have descended. We will continue to show responsibility because we believe that we can find solutions that do not have to have chaos and confusion and trouble for the country. So continue to fight hard, continue to stand behind us, and we are sure that the darkness that you see today will come to an end. And that will give way to a new day that will be born come December 7, 2024. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The General Secretary of the NDC, Honorable Fifi Liberty. Before the National Chairman speaks, I acknowledge the presence of our actors all the way from Kumasi and beyond here. Yadamasi, Samapa, Epenye Gari, Eti Ushuru Asa, Eti Moba, Yadamasi Samapa, Mumu Evine, Nana Yagua, and Abrabe, Yadamasi. So let's do it well. It is now the time for the general to speak.
Mede metamo mede kasano emufa ema agrobe nade omo kama muti area na ya close on meda mase
Joe Baba sees Ghana, or not John Dramani Mahama. Or what is the kind? What is it? And I'm a minimum say. And I'm I didn't picture the woman. What Mama said, and party Papa was here joining. And Tino, Yang, you have a sign. I'm calling you. What is it? I saw my point of the John Dramani Mahama Tano. Young actress Romeo Musicapia John Dramani Mahama de Mayan. Asok de Mayan. Sometimes says Sikano, number 2,000 plus 25 million every 6 months. A good friend of mine, what care? My country is Sikano, 200 cities. 200 cities. 200 cities. And a nation. I'm afraid you are seeing to be repeated. What you say? Somebody sit down, Mamma, upon the twins. Upon the what you say?
ɛde abɔ ɔpaa sɛ bɛhwɛ sika so yɛabɛhwɛ wɔde sika no nyinaa firi hɔ yɛntena hɔ afe baako a aka yi na wonsan ɛmfa ɔman no a aka no ɛkɔsi awowa yɛte tɔre firi hɔ Nana Akufo-Addo yɛmma wo gɔvena wɔankasa solid team no a woka no saa werɛ mu deɛ wobɛtumi adi gɔvena no ma ne mmra na ɔmmra mmadi ɛno nti sɛ nte saa na Addison ɛne ne deputies yi a wɔn wia sika na wɔn nsa mu adeɛ wɔn ɛna wɔn bɛtena hɔ deɛ a yɛne wɔn ɛbɛkye ayam yɛkɔ ne asɛn ba sɛ mi declare ha sɛ ha yɛ crime scene nyɛno na polisifoɔ abɛtwa ha ahyia yi eti yɛkɔ a wɔn nyina ha na wɔn kɔdɔ ɛha no na wɔn protect sɛ ha yɛ crime scene. IMF bosome na wɔkɔ kura da ɔbɛkɔ ɔbɛgye krataa ɛno nti yɛda mo ase deɛ moyɛ no ɛnyɛ yɛn partyfoɔ mpanimfoɔ ne mpanimfoɔ a wɔ ha ɛnyɛ yɛn na moyɛ ama yɛ o obi a wɔdi 40 years ɛɛkɔ a ɔwɔ ha no ɔyɛ ama ne ma mo nyɛ ni 40 years mo ma mo nsa so mo ma mo nsa so mo yɛ ama mo ho mo yɛ ama mo ho ɛnkyɛ yɛ papa yi ti mɛnsa na pɛsɛntofoɔ etua dɛmɔbɔ de bi ɛna oni di demonstration sɛ yɛwie yɛbɛkye no akɔtu mu ɛnɛ ɔwɔ he ɔkɔ ɛka biara na ɔmo akɔbɔ egu hɔ a ne ti mɛnsa bɛba akɔgye sika no bi afiri ne hɔ mo na mo bɛtua ɛno ti mɛyi a ɔmo bɔ saa aka no sɛ mo ahwɛ amia nka ɔkyerɛ bi wobɛwi ase edu nkatia wuhu no na mi so mɛkɔ fifi kwete na ɔkɔ atufo ase na ɔkɔ mo a yɛdiri kyɛn mo no mo ne mo mma ɛna mo ba bɛbrɛ ɛnu nti abusuafoɔ yɛyɛ ti ase deɛ yɛmpɛ sɛ adebɔne ɛbɛkɔ so na kyerɛ mo twerɛ yɛ abakosɛm a obi akɔka sɛ yɛda n'ase du nkatia na ɔte ase ɛna wɔn de adebɔne wei edi yɛn ɛna wɔankasa meka bi ne ekumi a mo twerɛ abakosɛm a wɔbɛkyerɛ mo abakosɛm sɛdeɛ mo twerɛ cooperative ni ɔdaatelante ɛne sɛ agyɛgyɛte mo ma atam na me so mekɔ na obi a ɔte akonnwa biara to nnɛ na ɔsusu sɛ ɔyɛ tintintirinti kanka bi no ɛberɛ bi bɛba mɛsi ɛbɛyɛ dɛ ɛberɛ bi bɛba da abɛn no bɛbɔ no yɛfrɛ na nkɔ kɔkɔgyina kɔɔto a wobɛda ne wɔkyi na Akufo-Addo ni hɔ wobɛda ne wobɛnkum na gabi a ɔsɛ ɔkyerɛ da ako ni hɔ na ka wo ne wonyame nkɔ a ɛno nti monwere ho ehunu sɛ ɛda bi ɛɛba obiara bɛbu ne nnwuma ho atɛn one day ɛkyɛkyɛkyɛkyɛkyɛ ɛbɛba obiara bɛbu n'adwuma ho atɛn eti ɛda mo ase deɛ ma yɛ no nyinaa ɛda mo ase yɛda no mpolisifoɔ mo nso yɛda mo ase ɛmfiri yɛ ne o mo masa no mo ɛyɛ amamuo bɔ ne nti na mo brɛ ɛnyɛ yɛ ne amamuo brɛ ɛno nti Ubetremu Febea Biasa. And this and that, politician, this will sumo. Take what the Boneno and our Limutel. Never Yabasra, Abisa, Wakonta. Satam now, political government, what's no, you have. And many alone. Come by no one can show the Buddha. The Manubasia, one cabin tell the big cabin now. Bra, Yagudo, before. Monsu said, Nanaku father by Adamo. I said, Mudino, Monfaro, what Yabahano, Winnie, how? Niam will lead a family, our seven party. One more you're not demonstration about Momrabi. If you say more, would you do to a collection swati? If you are Damasi, Yababa Mudetia, Yabasamba, not Anderson, and Chakra, Mama press for no government. Yabasa and Wama Basaya. Now, Wama Pesa and Sam Muja. Young country had this now on call. No country had this in many deputies, but now I won't feel on call. And I dream, Nkadia Betty. Now, I can you see how this in many deputies. One out to food our program. Thank us in Java. No more Hanko, dear. General Togo, no, about Crosso, the program is ever a power. And it's Yadamasi. When Yadamasi will be a coffee. Asam the Yaya to name Saprosi, and now Obia Bachi of you or home. No, beside the question. One more planning for us on tape. Nay, may allow for nature. Fast. Now the Yaya demonstration of the Yabaya next time, I banner 24 pounds. Almost soon be about support to Omo. I'm almost trying to. But here, the Air Force One, our principal one, and your papa. And I'm moving around.
You switch. And so that brings to a termination the protest which started by 6 a.m. up to this point. They were unsuccessful in meeting the governor of the central bank, Dr. Ernest Addison, and so they say they are going to return again, this time with a lot more numbers, this time with a lot more reinforcement, this time with the insistence that the governor of the central bank, Dr. Ernest Addison, will come out after a long, hard day. It has all come to an end here at the John Evans at Mills High Street. Eric Mawena Egbeta, the rest of the production team on ground in the studio, while we've been bringing you live exclusive details of the Occupy BoG demonstration. It is indicative that perhaps we might be back on the streets again soon enough. Back to you guys in the studios, where programming and normal programming will continue.